Hey everyone, and welcome to Ansible Automates. Today's webinar is sponsored by Red Hat and produced by Actual Tech Media. My name is Keith Ward. I am with Actual Tech Media, and I am excited to be your moderator for today's special event. But before we get to today's exceptional presentations, I need to go over some housekeeping items with you. Take a look at the Q&A panel in your window. Normally, we have Q&A as part of our presentations, but the special nature of today's event doesn't include Q&A. So what you can do there, though, is let us know about any technical issues you might be experiencing. A browser refresher too will fix most audio, video, and slide advancement issues. If those don't work, however, let us know in the Q&A, and we'll hop on and provide further technical assistance. You can also let us know where you're logging in from right there in that Q&A window if you are so inclined. Okay, next to that Q&A tab is the Handouts tab, and for this event, it's full of great Red Hat resources, and they include a guide to the business value of Ansible, how Xylem boosts data center engineer productivity with automation, and accelerating AI automation and innovation in modern enterprises. Now, those are all topics that are going to be covered in today's mammoth sessions. So make sure you download those ASAP. They are all free, and you should get it right now. In that handout section, you'll also find a link to the ATM Events Center, which has our calendar of more upcoming events just like this one. And finally, at the end of the event today, we are going to be making one of you $250 richer courtesy of an Amazon gift card. Now, you do have to be in attendance during the whole thing to qualify for the prize, and the official terms and conditions of the prize drawing can be found in the handout section right down there at the bottom. And with that, folks, I think it's time to get to today's fantastic content. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is a different kind of experience than you normally have on one of our events. We're going to be showing you a series of videos from a recent Red Hat conference, taking a very, very deep dive into the world of using Ansible to automate your environment. This is something that so many people are interested in doing, and they are doing, and this is going to give you all kinds of tips and tricks and background and information that is going to be crucial to your automation efforts here. I mean, this deep dive is so deep that you're going to need scuba gear to take it all in. It's also going to be a super long day, so I would encourage you to settle in, get comfortable, grab a beverage, because class is in session, folks. And as they say, now let's get to the videotape.
Next up is Dave Kostakos. He actually pronounces his name, his last name on his emails is Coast and Tacos. I'm not making that up. Dave is from California. He flew in from San Diego yesterday. He's going to talk about achieving a mission-critical automation mindset. So please give it up for Dave.
Hey, so thanks everyone for your time, and welcome to Ansible Automates in New York City. As you can see, this slide here says Frank Wu is joining us, but Frank's son got sick today. So last minute, about 1 hour ago, I got the call to step in, and so here I am. But thank you very much for your time. So our goal today is to kind of set the table for the discussion that we're going to have. We're going to talk about what's going on in IT in general. We're going to talk about why Ansible and automation are mission-critical aspects of any IT organization. And we're going to leave you with some considerations for you and your team to kind of help make sure that you take away something for how to build your org and be successful with Ansible and automation. So let's get into it. And at the end, we'll have questions. And do remember that the best questions today do get a reward from our friend Nick back here. So think of some good things and try to stump us. So I've been in IT for over 25 years. I've been at Red Hat for 11 years. I was here when Red Hat acquired Ansible in 2015, and I've been leading the Ansible platform in North America for 2 years. As part of that, I've met with many customers across North America, outside of North America, to talk about automation. I'd like to share a few observations with you as sort of a person who spent a career in IT, automating things, and now someone who's leading a platform for Red Hat. The first is that automation today is being taken for granted. The value of automation is very easy to understand. You free up your time so you can do other things. But that tangible process often fails to materialize with our customers. I think automation is one of those things that is interesting because everyone assumes someone else is doing it, or they assume that it's naturally just part of your job and you're going to do it. That's very understandable, I think. Like I said, I'm from California, but I did used to live here in New York and worked with one of the speakers here later. Jim Manatidis will be speaking later. We used to be colleagues here in the city, and I've been writing automation since before then with my own tools, and now delivering it as part of this product. And it's a phenomenon that we see today that organizations assume everyone else is doing it. They create tech silos. Each silo has its own tool. Those tools sprawl across the organization, and people create different processes. That results in complexity. This is a real barrier to our progress, and ultimately, despite seeing the clear benefits, we sometimes have difficulty delivering automation in the field in a real-world situation. Another observation is Ansible's come a long way. Many of us have been doing Ansible for almost 10 years, maybe longer. And when you're very close to something, you're very used to seeing YAML every day, maybe you don't recognize what's changed about it, and people don't appreciate the progress and evolution that's happened. From its inception, Ansible gained traction very quickly in the market because it made automation simple. When I worked here at Bloomberg in New York, I was writing Python, CF Engine, Puppet scripts to do automation, and that was very difficult. By making it possible to allow real domain subject matter experts to automate in a simple way without having to program anything, it really made a huge change in the industry. With that level of ease and ubiquity and accessibility, that makes Ansible a very shareable thing in your environment. So, for example, if you take one network engineer, that person can have all the knowledge it takes to deploy an application in your environment. And with Ansible, they can develop something reusable that can be shared across all the application developers and all the application silos in your environment to make those changes simple and easy across your environment. This shareability helps build real team culture in your environment and a culture around automation that's very valuable. Ansible has also made automation consumable. So Ansible Automation Platform represents the next logical step in automation. So it makes Ansible and automation consumable in an organization, not just among individuals. Ansible Automation Platform helps businesses trust automation at scale by delivering control, security, and governance. So you know and have confidence that the automation you're deploying that's logging into your environment and your switches is secure and approved in your environment. We can now aspire to connect infrastructure and workloads from disparate tools today by leveraging Ansible and the ecosystem that's a part of it to bring things like day 2 ops to the next level. I'm excited to hear later from one of our partners in the room called Big Panda, who's a really big part of that story today. But the big picture is our simple, powerful, and agentless automation framework that was developed over 10 years ago has come a long way. The last observation I'll share with you, and we just heard it from Intel, is that AI is a huge thing, and it's also a natural progression of automation. There is no doubt that the AI era is upon all of us. And when I talk to customers, it's clear that everyone wants to embrace AI in some way, or at the very least, minimize the disruption to their business or their team that it represents. In many ways, I would say AI is the next stage and step of automation adoption. In the context of enterprise IT ops, AI means machines automating processes instead of people. It means machines connecting infrastructure and tools to make them more efficient, and machines making decisions that will improve resiliency, performance, reduce costs, and avoid outages in your environment today. So automation is mission critical. In addition to this paradigm shift that we've just talked about, nearly every tool or platform in your environment is introducing AI capabilities. The upshot is that this will provide you with huge amounts of new data, huge amounts of insights and intelligence. But to make that data actionable, you need to be able to orchestrate it all across your whole environment so you can harness the intelligence to optimize your IT stack. For organizations looking to adopt AI at scale, automation is absolutely a mission-critical part of your strategy. But one thing I want you to take away from this is automation is not a given. So we know it's mission-critical, and we know it provides a ton of value. But if we're all honest with ourselves, not everyone is automating things today. As I mentioned before, people take automation for granted. So to do automation right, we think from an organizational standpoint, you need to have three things. One is a sound strategy. The second is a platform that you can use to take advantage of automation. And the third thing is a mission-critical mindset. So let's explore strategy first. Automation is a strategic imperative in your business, but that AI excitement also has to be squared with the realities of the limited resources and tech sprawl in your team. Automation has to become mission critical for organizations looking to operate in the AI world and looking to be as ready as possible for the transformations those changes will bring. When we think about automation in an overall maturity curve, we often talk to customers about different levels of automation. So it's our contention that the foundation for successful AI adoption is built not just on automating things, but being proactive, having an institutionalized process, and having an optimized process that it responds to events and automates from day 0 all the way to the day 2 stage of your operation. So listen, we just talked about how we think automation's being taken for granted. So if you have an organization, or you're leading an organization, or if you're in an organization today as an individual contributor, here's a quick checklist we're gonna go over for you as you build that automation strategy. The first thing is, if you're a manager, ensure the people on your team are incentivized to contribute to automation. If they're incentivized to do that through their reviews or through their performance evaluations, people will definitely be more likely to automate. Encourage collaboration across teams. To the extent that you stay siloed, you'll never take advantage of the full set of automation capabilities that you have in your organization. Evaluate your possibilities and look to the future. This one is very important. You definitely still need to invest time and imagine, what can I automate? What am I not automating today, and how can I save time by automating new things in your environment? Assess yourself honestly, right? Are you truly prioritizing automation? Have you delivered any value from your automation practice and your automation strategy? And lastly, measure, monitor, and recognize. So assess yourself with metrics, monitor the execution of the environments, see how much time and effort you're saving, and recognize the people who are providing value to your business. The second thing we think you need is a platform. I think people aren't going to be shocked to guess that we think Ansible Automation Platform is the platform that is going to make the most sense for people. But what I want you to take away today from talking to Red Hat and from other people is Ansible Automation Platform enables you to harness the power of Ansible at scale across your organization in a secure way with compliance and governance in a very enterprise way. Ansible Automation Platform has a wide range of capabilities. We'll hear a lot about them today. Many people in the room are using Ansible, but don't think of Ansible as just a playbook to patch a server. It does that, and that's super valuable, but it also does infrastructure as code. It does security enhancements around threat enrichment. It will do cloud orchestration across single or multiple clouds. So there's a huge amount of capabilities built into the platform you may not be considering. We also have a robust ecosystem. We have some of these ecosystem providers here, but when you think about all the major cloud providers in North America, Ansible has key partnerships with those providers. We have partnerships with security and observability platforms, hardware infrastructure, chip providers like Intel, security providers like a CrowdStrike or a Palo Alto Networks. And lastly, it's a platform that your organization can trust. We deliver tools that help you securely develop automation. We have a generative AI tool that helps you create automation more quickly. And we have very powerful and easy to use deployment and packaging and managed offerings across all your platforms. The last thing I want to talk about today is mindset. Every company has to have a mission-critical mindset when it comes to automation, right? And we definitely feel like automation is no longer optional as you try to take on these new challenges in the environment. So this mindset is basically the opposite of taking automation for granted. It's embracing the strategic opportunity that it offers. And for me, mission-critical automation mindset is defined by 3 key themes. The first theme is unifying your teams. So bringing your network and server teams together, bringing your application and your networking teams together, bringing your storage teams and your server teams together to provide unified workflows. Unifying teams unlocks strategic automation and collaboration across your environment, right? It empowers your team to be very effective. Knowledge gets shared, new ideas get sparked, and silos get broken down. Use automation as a force multiplier in your mindset too. When teams get connected and knowledge is flowing, complexity becomes much more manageable in your environment. And once that happens, you can really start to use automation to grow the value in your IT organization. It's really exciting for me to think about Ansible helping IT operations become very effective. We've got a number of mission-critical use cases. We have new ways to receive events that happen in your environment and connect those to automation to reduce mean time to resolution. We provide a huge amount of flexibility to deploy in the open hybrid cloud and accelerate time to value across all these platforms. And then the last thing is building automation as a foundation for your ability to spend time on AI and all the changes that will bring in your environment today, right? Anyone who's been in this presentation or any other should be no surprise that IT represents a foundational shift in our industry and massive change. By 2027, we expect AI will represent 29% of organizational spend. And through 2026, roughly 50% of CapEx and staffing investments that are new, we expect to go towards AI and automation. So if you're going to spend that money on AI, that means you're not spending it on something else. And in order to be able to do that, you need to have a very efficient and lean IT operation. So if you aren't automating and working through your automation journey to become very mature, it may take longer for you to adopt AI. And so ask yourselves questions like, are your networks, storage, and applications very efficient? When something goes wrong, what's my plan to look at those events and try to connect them to make my environment more resilient and reduce the failures that we have? And guess what? This is just the baseline. These problems are only going to get bigger and more complex over time. It doesn't get simpler. If it did, many of us wouldn't have jobs in IT anymore. So now is the time for you to think about IT automation as a way to enable everything in this environment. So orchestrate, optimize, and operationalize. Ansible Automation is the strategic platform solution to enable these things. It enables you to orchestrate other tools in your stack to maximize their impact and bring them together. It minimizes the disruption that AI will bring to your environment and allows you to deliver an optimized infrastructure that's ready to operationalize AI across your environment. So what happens next? You're in the right place. Remember, the best questions are going to be rewarded with really cool swag by our friend Nick in the back. Let's keep the conversation going. You can hit redhat.com/Ansible if you have any questions. I'll also be here most of the day. Nick, did you have something you wanted to add?
Hello?
Yeah, we did.
So thank you everyone for coming here. I see there's a mixed crowd, right? I see there's some existing Ansible customers and users, and there's some folks that came here to learn. So I want to make this interactive, and we're giving out some cool swag again, as Dave had mentioned. So I have a question first to an existing customer. One of the attributes or capabilities that you're currently using, can you share with us one of the attributes that you're currently using? And in addition to that, how has that helped your organization? Anyone? I'll be right there.
Thank you. Brad Kane, Crazy Good Digital. I actually wanted to start by thanking you and Ansible. We launched with Ansible about 5 years ago, a SaaS platform, without which that platform wouldn't exist today. The same playbooks we wrote 5 years ago with very little fiddling run today. The way, the fact that it's open source as a small software company makes it usable, affordable for us. So I just want to thank you. We have a key product line today that wouldn't exist without the work of your team. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I also saw that, here you go. Thank you for sharing. I also see that there are some brand new customers here. So what I'd like to understand is, how can some of these capabilities and security, GRC, or some of the things that we spoke about, how can that help your organization? And how can, again, one of the things that we see day in and day out too is when you build an enterprise application or strategy, you have to break down silos. Is that applicable here to you?
Hey everyone. So just to give you a little bit of what I do, I've been in DevOps for almost 6 to 8 years and recently become a manager for one of my teams. And Ansible, when I joined, was being used at a very small scale. And we also have OpenShift platform as well in there. So I think one of the key frames of Ansible is one of the most used cases is patching, right? But it is very patching for each team. So database, web team, and then you have Linux team, they're doing their own patching. And this is where Ansible, as you were discussing earlier, really collaborates with different teams. I was running a recent project, which we are still going through, but what it really does is that we have workflows in Ansible Automation Platform that takes our baseline code that patches our servers, and then it goes through the workflow, takes the other pre and post patch scripts that would say, okay, we need a database server that has to go offline and something we have to patch, and then it comes up online, right? So integrating those scripts together into a workflow within Ansible. So you patch a server, it goes to database, and next workflow, it patches the database, brings it back up online, sends an email, goes to the next step, which is verifying, confirming, and doing all that. This used to take us about, we do 13 out of 14 weeks of patching. We have a bigger environment, so in a quarter. And this used to take us about 12 hours a night when we're doing it manually per each team with back and forth communications. Hey, we just finished Ansible, we just finished our patching, please do your due diligence. And it takes half an hour for them to do, and then come back to, okay, we're done, go do yours now. So that communication itself really took a lot of time, and I had to have engineers, they had to have engineers over the weekend working, verifying, so environment is up and stable by Monday. With Ansible and automation coming together, we have reduced that time from 12 hours all the way down to 6 hours. And this is just us working 2 teams right now, Linux and database. They have pre and post patching scripts, which I push them that you have to develop patching testing scripts. What do you really do? Like, okay, tell us what do you do, and we will help you develop an Ansible script that exactly does what a human does for you. It goes in, turns off a database, turns it on, do whatever it needs to do, right? Because there's so many modules out there that does that. Once we were able to achieve that, put them all together, and we've reduced almost 6 hours of work from there. Almost, and then now we're getting to a point where it's gonna be completely autonomous. We're gonna have automated schedules that are gonna kick off the patching, snapshots are gonna take in, it's gonna send out an IT notice, and it's gonna start patching. And once it's done, it's gonna start notifying the teams. So we don't really need a lot of, I don't need 2 to 3 engineers on my team being available. One person can just monitor the dashboard in Red Hat Satellite and be like, okay, I've got 1 or 2 servers that failed, I could take a look at those, instead of 400 to 500 servers manually patching. And we do 200 servers per week, right? And we're trying to reduce that timeline from a 13 weeks out of quarter to a monthly patching. So just imagine the amount of numbers we're gonna patch every month. So we're going from a 3,500 over 13 weeks to a 4-week schedules, where now we're patching up to 500 servers, 600 servers a week. So we cannot expect everyone to be around for those. So that, when you really put all these things together, it really helps you out to a point where you can bring down the amount of manpower, you can use automation, you could use AI to do pre-post patching, you could do health checkups that sends that to your engineering team, say, hey, patching is done, here's the health checkup, overall, seems like you're 99% compliance and maybe 1% you're not, here's the errors, go look at it. And someone can just go take a look at it. Instead of all the DBA teams used to have 2 people, I used to have 3 people on call. So it definitely helped a lot in that itemized, help us reduce a lot of manpowers in that.
So, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Big Panda. We have the Field Chief Technology Officer, Blair, joining us, and he's going to talk about AI Ops, how automation and AI work together to reduce incidents and accelerate remediation. Thank you very much. Welcome.
You know, before this event, I was thinking about how I've come to a lot of these and been sitting in them for quite some time, and it's kind of weird to be on stage and talking to all of you about this, but that's my computer and not my slides. There we go. But I really want to thank Red Hat for letting us come here and talk a little bit about how AI Ops kind of contributes to orchestrating automation inside of your environments. And I've been an automation engineer for about 20 years, previously before Big Panda, and you know, automating based on these drivers right here. I've been told, hey, we need to increase productivity, we need to do this, automate everything. Automation's supposed to solve everything. And now AI is supposed to solve everything with automation. So being an on-call engineer and an automation engineer in recovery, I'm going to take this time, since I'm on stage, to blame ops as to why we can't automate anything, which I'm sure all of you have done before in the past as well. So let's talk about why it is so hard to automate an operational process. Like, you before had an example about patch automation, change automation. It's great. You build that automation, you automate that patch once, you automate all the patches. But what about ops? What about events? What about things coming in, the unexpected? You know, I can think back to 15 years ago when we were building automation practices and COEs, whatever you want to call them in organizations. They always gave us kind of these use case that, oh, we want automation to tell us what the root cause is, communicate what the impact is, tell me what you want to do, but I'm not going to let you do it automatically yet because I don't trust you, right? But did automation has ever achieved that in any way for an event process inside of ops, for that incident management process or problem management? No. And it's becoming apparent that a lot of those things that we've been asking automation to do for quite some time, now that Gen AI is a capability that looks at things contextually the way that we do, as the person sitting in the seat that's driving that incident, that we can begin to kind of decompress and kind of tackle use cases that were never attainable before, right? But we need a better way to orchestrate things. And we need to kind of come to terms, and I think Dave put it very well before me, that what Dave was screaming was accountability, communication. You have to drive accountability across your organization, communicate and tout autonomic success, automation success in the organization. And the only way to do that is to kind of self-reflect and kind of say, I think we've got a problem here. We've got a tool problem. How many of you in here are automation engineers that are writing automation in Ansible on behalf of the enterprise? All right. Now, how many of you control operations, SOPs, and how they respond to events? Not the same amount. And the reason is because they're asking you to kind of solve for that mess. But it's really hard in order to do that with, obviously, more than 20 tools that they change every 3 years with contracts. So what happens to all the automation that you write for SolarWinds, network alerts, when they rip it out and put Datadog in or Dynatrace? Runtime variables, it breaks, right? And you kind of find yourself always tweaking and going back to the drawing board and attempting to kind of bolster up the organization where you feel like you're just fixing things and you're not innovating in any way when it comes to ops. The next thing is siloed workflows, and this is really the issue where operations is kind of centered around their observability tool or that application or this over here. Like you were talking about patch management, database does something different than apps do, and your cloud services environment does, or whoever's running your infrastructure. The same can be said with operations, right? They kind of escalate in between teams, and if we have to account for that with automation as well, it's a lot of work, right? And that's kind of the worst part of an automation engineer's job when it comes to operations, is walking into that NOC or service management environment and going over that engineer's shoulder and go, hey, tell me what you do for a living. Show me what it looks like when it's bad, when it's good, right? Because you're thinking standard out, standard error, return codes. What can I use in order to automate what this guy's doing in his brain and at a CLI level? And that complexity inside of the environment, it just grows, right, with legacy systems. And I think we're all saying the term AI a bunch today, but it seems like we're all supporting AI applications and experiences for our customers, but are we using them for support in any way, shape, or form? It's kind of an oxymoron, right? So let's blame ops a little bit more. This is what ops looks like today. This was a customer is a customer of Big Panda's. This is about 90 days worth of their data. Names have been changed to protect the innocent, but when we're talking about event-driven automation, it all kind of starts with an alert, with something happening within the environment that we want to respond to in kind with automation. And as you can see, they have about 1.6 million different alerts. They tried natively deduplicating and filtering things. That's not really automation, that's suppression, right? But they still cut 1.8 million ITSM tickets in 90 days, and then this happens. This is what we're automating in ops. So when you think of use cases inside of ops, it isn't service restarts. It isn't like, try and write a piece of automation that handles CPU utilization or disk utilization. It could be a million different ways in order to handle that, right? And that's exactly why you see this disparate process here. There is some manual runbook, manual automation that's getting ran, but it keeps passing. Time's getting longer and longer and longer. And in operations, when we're writing automation specifically for ops, like 10% of it is that service restart. The other 90% of it is who, what, where, when, why, right? And all of this stuff that we want our technology to do for us. We want to scale through tech, right? And orchestrate that. So I'm going to talk a little bit selfishly about Big Panda, and I will talk about 2.5, actually, in a second here. Very excited about it. So what we do at Big Panda is I want you to think of us as, for automation engineers, we're a data strategy for you guys, right? We interconnect with all of these different disparate tools down here, from observability to topology, changes, service history, institutional knowledge, those SOPs, those run books, informational knowledge that might be in wikis, so on and so forth, in order to, first and foremost, we want to build the best ticket or incident that ops has ever seen. Now change that word incident to payload, and that's what you're concerned with. And when it comes to automation, the same thing can be said about an engineer that's staring at a ticket. He's only going to know so much about where to go, who to go, that mean time to blame scenario based upon that incident, right? And doing the needful. But the same can be said about your automation that's responding in kind. If it has more context, if it has more information, if the payload is consistent every single time, no matter what observability tool it's coming from, the host name is always going to look the same. The service is always going to look the same. That consistency allows you to focus on building automation, right? So we interconnect with all these things in order to enrich them with AI, machine learning. We have Gen AI also embedded in our platform in different parts. We use vector databasing in order to look at things from a contextual perspective to answer a bunch of questions for our customers as they're looking at an incident. And that same thing can be said for automation. So if you can remember a slide ago, I think someone had a question about costs. This is one way to control costs. And I always say, I don't think I want to scale a automation practice to 1.8 million tickets. I'd rather do it to 30,000. And then even better, I want to scale automation to actionable events. I don't care about the noise. I don't care about the things that happen 10,000 times in 1 month. I care about the things that people are doing and working to communicate that success. So this is that customer literally 90 days after Big Panda. You still have 1.6 million events and alerts. They've only created 27,000 correlated incidents with 39,000 enriched alerts. Those are your payloads. Those are your expected variables for the automation that you're writing to respond in kind. And you can see they're using Ansible as well to automate some of those things. But I want you to think of Big Panda, if everybody knows the difference between orchestration and automation, right? We orchestrate IT ops. We are AI-driven operations management. So we take care of all of these integrations. All of those 16 observability tools, those payloads are standardized and sent to Ansible. You don't have to build 16 integrations into Ansible. One data stream. So what are we doing with Big Panda and AI Ops, and where are we actually focused? It's really around answering these questions for our customers. And we're using machine data, right, events, topology, and changes to answer what's happening, what's impacted, who cowboyed that change, because about 80% of all incidents are change-related. Has this happened before? Who fixed it last time? How is it fixed? Why is it happening now? What should I say? How do I restore service? Does this make a good automation use case? And is it preventable? That P word. That's what everybody's looking at doing, right? Preventing these issues. So combining that with Red Hat and with Ansible and all of these other areas and these lenses, right? We really do feel that that's really what drives that fully contextual incident or payload towards Ansible. So what inside of Ansible that we're integrating with, we do integrate directly with AAP, but I doubt any of your InfoSec departments would allow one SaaS platform to call another SaaS platform over the open internet that's got root or admin or is going to execute code in your prod environment. And that's really what we love about EDA. So event-driven Ansible comes with AAP. It's a module inside of AAP that adds another layer to playbooks, logic that playbooks have been lacking. And what we're actually doing with that is giving you the capability to tackle use cases like, I don't want you to think about operation use cases like service restarts. Think, is it up? That's a use case. Now think how many times somebody during an incident asks that question, is it up? So now with EDA, we have the capability of kind of unshackling some things in ops that have always been true, which is you can only run automation proactively once on an incident. Try to fix it once, and then afterwards, what do? Hands off keyboard, go to a human being, right? But I want automation to work alongside people. I want to be able to run automation at scale in event management at the alert level and try and fix things at machine speed, as well as when it becomes an incident. when it needs attention. So how do we do that? And that's really what EDA allows you to do. So with that new inside of 2.5 with simplified event routing, also really cool in 2.5 is they've unified SSO for AAP and EDA. So from a security standpoint, it's all within the same source, all within the same platform. We can stand up an EDA endpoint, and Big Panda will be constantly updating that endpoint of any incident, any correlated events, any alerts in perpetuity, constantly updating it. So if you want to run automation first, and then a new alert comes in, so that CPU utilization alert, usually the first thing that comes in, but how often is the first alert in an incident the thing you want to run automation on? Almost never. It's always something that, like synthetic transaction checks or APM checks that have a lot more thresholding and come in late to the party. But I really want to respond with a different type of automation at that point. So that'll reduce the amount of logic. It'll reduce the amount of overhead in order to upkeep those automations and allow you to tackle use cases you never could before, truly tackle. So what does this all look like together? So Big Panda, we released a content collection for Ansible, one that contains EDA plugins, and it as well contains the AAP playbook, action modules, so on and so forth that you would expect from us. But as Big Panda is enriching those alerts, running event management, correlating, taking those correlated alerts, and creating a situation where we're automating the incident triage. We run Gen AI in order to understand things like what's the root cause here, what is the impact here, and produce a short summary for the engineers as they're working these cases. We look at the changes and historical issues within the environment and see if there's any of those things that could be related to that incident. And while all of that is happening, you can see Ansible in the center, always observing, always aware, and always getting updated as those incidents ultimately typically get worse before they get better, right? And that's really the beauty of those two processes kind of singing in harmony. Now, you've also got to think, Big Panda is aware of the alerts. I'm aware of how your engineers are responding, your ITSM platforms, your ServiceNows, your Jiras of the world. I'm aware of a lot of stuff that Ansible's not. So I can tell you what you're not automating and what you are automating and what type of success and value that's bringing the enterprise as well. And that's very key. So all of this being governed within a platform. So I'm going to do something a little crazy and brave, and that is a live demo. So I'm going to wrap up and show this to you guys, and then I'll be open for any questions. If you guys can switch to my laptop, please.
Sorry, quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we going to get the slides in it now?
I believe so. And it's also on the web in perpetuity, too. I think we got... He asked if we had slides, if they're going to be able to get the slides. Awesome. So real quick, without giving you a huge Big Panda demo, very simply, what you're staring at right here in the center are incidents, okay? We call them situations. They could be incidents. They might have a ticket associated. They might not. That's the beauty of orchestration is I want to see how things are moving through my environment. But what we're going to do is we're going to zero in on this particular issue right here that just rolled in and how we're responding to it with automation. Now, the funny thing is when you're demoing automation, it tends to just fix things while you're talking because it's real. But we're going to focus in on this. So this is an OpenShift environment, right? It is Kubernetes, so it's running a bunch of different containers. And they started complaining from Prometheus. That's what they're using for their white box-based monitoring. And you guys, if anybody that's worked in ops, you can probably immediately tell what this is, right? That agent stopped sending data, the port's down. Is it up? So that's this scenario. Probably one of the top 3 use cases that ops is going to ask you to automate eventually anyway. Now, the cool thing about again, with Big Panda is that we're uniquely aware of how people are responding and how automation is responding. And one of the things that you can do to kind of, I've heard it quite a few times over the years, democratize automation. How about just make people aware of what automation is doing in order to fix things. Something as simple as that. So when they're at the water cooler, they're like, hey, they automated that thing for us. Maybe they can do this as well. Because a lot of your, the understanding of what automation is capable of, like how many times have you heard somebody say, I don't know how to write code, but I can read it. I can kind of understand what it can do, right? Just to be enough and dangerous. So that's exactly what we're doing up here. This is what's referred to as incident tags. So we're pulling back information from AAP as it's executing, because we're sending this to event-driven Ansible endpoint. Event-driven Ansible ran a rulebook that applied logic and said, I have a playbook inside of AAP that can address this situation coming from Prometheus. So you see the running job, the ID, you can click on it, go look at the job that got executed, its state, and even what's more important, its purpose. Was it a remediation automation, a diagnostic one, an escalation one? So you can align around those terms to kind of communicate how much you're remediating versus diagnosing and helping provide value. I didn't touch anything. Run the playbook, restart screen. So one thing I want to point out is while I was talking, yeah, Prometheus was complaining, but as always inside of ops, it always gets worse before it gets better. Datadog finally decided to show up to the party, and they're using that for APM monitoring. And if we look at this particular alert, it's a trace error. Every single microtransaction running through this application is getting thousands and thousands of APM alerts because they're not being tagged inside of their APM tool. It's a completely different team, getting a completely different alert, and it's later on and later to the party. Now, if I would have just ran a service restart automation, started that Prometheus agent, everything would have been great, right? No, I would have just created another ticket. There's another agent that needs to get started. But do I want to put all that logic inside of that one playbook to go check these 5 services, restart these agents, all those health checks? No. So what we're doing here is actually, and you can see this, this little guy right here, this icon, this is Biggie. I've assigned this ticket to Biggie so no ops people go and snipe this ticket because it can be solved via automation. Going ahead and restarting those agents. And I actually ran about 4 playbooks and to solve this. I ran one to check the status. It was a diagnostic automation. You can see that here. Checking the pods, seeing that they're running. Then we started a different agent, a different piece of automation to go check that job to see if we can restart it. And then furthermore, to actually QA and close this, in perpetuity. So, by the way, at the end of this, I know we have some breakout sessions. I have way more in-depth demos. That was kind of a very simple one, but I have way more complex use cases to show you guys and talk about what some of our customers are doing. But the thing that I want to land on is that accountability thing. Most of you are not Big Panda customers. Most of you don't have a data strategy around your alerts, where they ingress into, and the ability for you as automation engineers to go, you know what? You orchestrate ops in here, but I also need to orchestrate automation in here. These things are important to me, these tags. I need this metadata. I need this team to go, when they deploy their servers, to mark them as prod or dev, if it's not in the host name or some other way. And that's really what, from an AI ops perspective, we drive, is kind of that collaboration and accountability inside of ops. And we can do for you as well. Because I know most of you aren't responsible for telling teams how to do their jobs, their day-to-day. Do they have an SOP for something? Do they not? Right? And when they come to you and ask for answers of how do I respond in kind with automation, we can hold each other accountable, and you can show them how that team over there, I've been working with for quite some time, they've integrated with CMDB, they've integrated, they deploy their tools using our automation from a change perspective, so it's always consistent, right? And we can have these types of dashboards running constantly in our environments. But some things in here that I think are very important for Automation Center of Excellences, and I hear this quite often a lot from customers, is, well, what should we automate? Where do we start, right? And I often ask them, hey, automation's been around for 20 years. Why are you just getting started right now? Kind of makes no sense. And oftentimes you kind of hear the same story. It's kind of like the American political system. Hey, every 3 years there's a new dude, and he has different priorities, and he takes our team and we go work on this. Or Every 3 years, there's a new tool, and all our automation broke, and we decided to go a different route. But they all kind of share the same common theme in common, their inability to communicate the value they're bringing the enterprise. Everyone in this room has two things in common, a metric and a boss. If you can show that you can contribute to that metric using automation and really achieve success and track it, then kind of the sky's the limit as to what to do next, right? So one thing I want to point out is a lot of our customers use us for two primary things when it comes to automation: driving accountability across ops, and also kind of their SDLC or CI/CD process around automation development. What should we build next? So we have a ton of different reports because I'm integrating with all of the observability. I'm also integrating with the ticketing platforms to see proactively or reactively how people are fixing things within the environment, so I can drive that with analytics and math. So things like those top noisy alerts, are those good automation use cases that happen thousands of times a month? Probably not. That might be an operations issue. That might be an observability issue. Why are we monitoring things that are being suppressed, right, and not working? Maybe we need it for capacity management planning, but it might not be a good candidate for automation, because that's usually where people kind of focus, is that low-hanging fruit. But I want to kind of show you a new way of how to focus on driving specifically value through automation development. And that would be kind of things on the left-hand side here, that MTFB. That means mean time before failure, right? When's the next time that that thing's going to go bump in the night, and how likely is it to go bump in the night? And one thing that I want to point out is, I said it before, do I want to write automation for deduped events, alerts? No. I want to write automation for actionable incidents that have actionable alerts that are correlated with them, that people are working. Those are good use cases to tackle with automation. So we'll switch back to the slides real quick. We'll wrap it up. Just really quickly, I talked a lot about event and incident management and getting up to this high bar up here of like automated remediation. But if you notice down here, there's another word for automate, and that's really about orchestrating the event management process and incident management process. If I drive excellence in ops, you will be automating excellent SOPs, excellent behavior, right? We don't want to automate bad process. So, really quickly, we've been working with Red Hat for, it's been close to 1.5 years now, and we've created a lot of great content together on Ansible TV, on their website. We have great labs there for EDA. And of course, when it comes to Big Panda, you can hit me up. There's quite a few pandas back here as well that can take some questions. And the last thing I want to say is I'm kind of proud of this. We just released a new AIOps buyer's guide. It is ambiguous. It doesn't say buy Big Panda. It's more about, okay, if I'm looking for a data-driven, AI-driven operations management solution, what are the key capabilities that are important in those solutions? Because I know that a lot of organizations, the first things you ask are, well, what are our requirements for this thing if we're going to go out and buy one? So we invite you all to kind of go download that buyer's guide on bigpanda.io, but thank you guys so much.
All right, so first off, thank you all for joining us today. My name's Dave Burton. I'm the Ansible platform leader here at Red Hat. And with me today, I have Jim, Michael, and Jessica. So first off, again, thank you for coming. And tell us about yourself, your company, and your automation journey.
Want me to start?
Yes, I'll send it to you first, Mike.
All right, I'm Michael Johnson. I'm, as it says, Principal Automation Engineer at Xylem. We are a water, gas, and electric meter and software company. I was brought on to, all of that is serviced by a private data center. And so I've been brought on to do a lot of automation within that private data center around networking, storage, Linux, Windows, the typical private data center suite of tools, monitoring. We're getting off of SolarWinds, so as Big Panda mentioned earlier. So that's kind of me in a nutshell. We are relatively early in our automation journey, but using tools like Automation Platform has really helped us get adoption to make that journey go faster than it would otherwise be.
Awesome, thank you. Jim?
Yes, thank you. My name is Jim Manatidis. I'm with NYU Langone Health here in Manhattan. We are a health system comprised of multiple hospitals, emergency rooms, family group practices. If you know of the general area, you might visit one of our medical facilities. We are in year 3 of a multi-year initiative. We started with Ansible Automation even prior to myself joining NYU. They had an existing Ansible Tower implementation. We took that and we really got the support of leadership to push this across multiple towers and infrastructure, digital solutions, and other parts of the health system. Use cases, operational activities, right? The types of work that you might do, building systems, patching, management, monitoring. A variety of use cases really initiated mostly from the Unix team, and then it kind of went up and outwards into other types of platforms, Windows, storage, networks, and now we're getting into applications as well. Does it free up time? Yes, because now it allows them to do more interesting work. It allows them to learn different technologies. It allows them to move into containers, platforms, cloud. If you're doing the same type of work repeatedly, you know that your workload will just increase over time as your organization gets bigger. So how do you get the levels of efficiency? And it's really nothing more than looking at some of the tools in this space, and Ansible Platform is definitely one of these tools. There's monitoring tools like Michael mentioned, and the platform allows us to integrate all of these tools together.
Great.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica. I'm an associate consultant at Red Hat, so I'm here to offer perspectives more on the delivery side. So I work with a variety of different clients with a variety of different use cases, and I'm here to shed some light on some of those and what I've seen works well with clients, what doesn't, how to drive adoption, and yeah.
So I think Michael and Jim, you each kind of gave us some of your core automation use cases. Jessica, anything, like any commonality you sort of see across customers you interact with?
Yeah, for sure. So I think the most common one is just configuration management. I think that's a really good starting point for clients or customers who are earlier in their automation journey. And then they can expand upwards into doing, application deployment, security automation, network automation, to name a few. There's also, late stage automation. You can do event-driven Ansible, you can do infrastructure as code, so integrating with cloud platforms.
Thank you. So automation is sort of one of those, I guess to use a cliche term, things that it adds up to more than the sum of its parts. So what are your kind of core automation? How does that help, how does automation help you kind of advance kind of the core mission of you and your company and the orgs that you represent? I'll start with you, Jim.
So how does that actually help us? Well, the first part is a lot of our customers come to us through service management platform. They request a variety of, hey, I need a virtual machine, I need application software installed. And if you have a service management product like ServiceNow or any of the other products out there in the market, you probably will be looking at a variety of tasks that you do in a sequence. And maybe each task takes each person maybe a specific amount of time. But from the end user's perspective, they're looking at it from the time they initiated the request to the time that they get the deliverable. And it could be days or sometimes weeks. But what was not always evident is how does it impact their projects, their deliverables. COVID was a big change for a lot of companies a few years ago. And as a health system, one of the largest towers within NYU Langone was research. So they really needed to increase their velocity. They needed services quicker than manual operations really can assist with. By using tools such as this, you can deal with the things that you haven't automated yet and allow the automation to provide a variety of services to those end users quicker. It's called moving it to the left. If anybody knows about automation, you want to move it closer and closer to the end user. If you buy anything off of Amazon, it's a perfect example. It's just you and the product that you get at the end. You don't know what's going on in the middle. And that's kind of how you want to see automation in your own space. Move it to the left, give the requester the ability to choose what they want, and then get it to them as quick as possible. And then just repeat. And that's kind of how it helped us really to deliver the velocity and grow. I think our environment has probably grown double in the last couple of years, and then some other platforms maybe double or triple. Cloud will definitely increase that probably, exponentially. Right now, we're mostly an on-premise organization.
How about you, Michael?
Yeah, one of our core missions is really, like I said, we provide a service to a customer at the end of the day. So our goal is to provide that to them with, as few outages as possible, right? Continuous service and a high quality of service. And so all the people I work with are very smart, but they're all humans and they make human mistakes. Human mistakes lead to outages, as we all know. We've all been there. And so one of the things that our automation helps us do is to eliminate that human error. Take the steps that those smart people have decided are the right things to do and make that consistent with a lot less human error and a lot of times a lot faster than they would be doing it by hand. In turn, what that does is makes leadership happy because now those smart minds can be working on the strategic side of things. How do I make this architecture better or whatever? How do I make this application scale better, whatever, instead of just putting out the fires caused by human error and those kinds of processes. So that is, I think, the biggest thing that we help with that leadership sees is that move towards a more consistent service delivery to our customers at the end of the day.
So how did you get started? I'll keep it with you, Michael. How did you get started with automation and ultimately how did you scale into where you are now?
That's almost the hardest part of automation is you come into an organization and there's 10 different teams and they all have automation needs. Where do you start? So being a consultant previously too helped with this, where you see this big menu of things that you can help with, but prioritizing, sometimes it's as simple as prioritizing processes that are well documented, because that basically gives those of us who write automation the steps that I need to turn into Ansible code. Case of Xylem, where I'm at, we had a storage team of 2 people, maintaining the storage platform for a large private data center. So they had the biggest need, but they also had the least amount of expertise within their team around automation. They knew they wanted it. They were excited about it, but they didn't have the skills. And they had the most number of documented processes. So I went in and I spent easily 6 months with them, taking their processes, writing automation, making sure that the decisions I was making made sense in the scope of their work, because I am not a storage engineer, so had to make sure the decisions I was making jived with what they wanted. And what was really nice about that is as we started getting into more of the advanced level, taking their day-to-day operations and turning those into automation workflows, I was able to start demoing that to other teams that we were going to get to work with down the road, and started giving them ideas for what we could start doing with their automation. So for me, it's easy to, low-hanging fruit is great. Sometimes just a small win is enough to kind of get the ball rolling. And in my case, we happened to pick relatively low-hanging fruit that was well documented, and it was really easy for us to kind of get our foot in the door and start automating a lot for that team over the course of 6 months.
Yeah, that's great. And I think one thing we consistently hear too is like celebrate those wins along the way, like publicize them right across your org, because then people are like, hey, that could be me. Like, hey, I want to get on that train, right? Because that sounds good, right? How about you, Jim?
So where do you want to start? Like Michael's saying, look at the low-hanging fruit in your organization or in your own team. Look at the things that you're doing repeatedly and that you feel you can do relatively quickly. Even if it's not end-to-end automation, how much of it can you take from manual or bash scripting or PowerShell scripting or even just using a UI? So putting that into code. Start there. Start small. You'll learn along the way. Involve others, especially if you have a development team who's very mature in software development methodologies and those types of skills. They'll introduce you into things like source control and Git and Bitbucket and trying to iterate how to make your code more resilient, how to test it, and then how to share it with others within your team. So now, over the course of time, you start to build upon it. Along that, have some think tank sessions, right? They always tell you, measure twice, cut once, get into a room, whiteboard it. Think about how you want to lay out your standards or your groups or your organizations, your naming templates. Because if you have exposure to AAP today, you'll know that there's analytical dashboards in the cloud, and it will really reflect how you've designed and engineered AAP. And if you have kind of like some strange names out there, it's not going to present well. So you want to show the value of the product, the time that you spent to your leadership, because as they get more and more buy-in, they're going to now kind of evangelize this through their organization, and they're going to say, hey, go see this team, they're doing Ansible, and go get involved with this team. And you'll get to be the champions of this technology within your organization. You'll transform even without you knowing it over the time. That's kind of how we looked at it.
I like that. Jessica, you get a chance to talk with many different customers. Any themes you've picked out in terms of recipes for success getting started?
I think that they've said it as well as I could, but I can use a really recent example of a project that I had just rolled off of. So they were very early in their automation journey. They had done their first installation of AAP, and they had one guy who was serving as the automation champion within the entire organization, but they found a small low-hanging fruit use case. So they wanted to automate pushing firewall rules to Panorama. So we thankfully have a lot of really great collections within Galaxy that can integrate with Panorama and Palo Alto devices. And it was a relatively simple automation use case, so the playbooks from start to finish didn't take more than a week to develop. But what was really important for this client was they engaged a lot of representatives from different cross-functional teams for this project. So besides just DevOps, there's also network administrators, security. Everybody was involved in seeing the development of this specific use case from start to finish. And they also, when we were running testing and demoing within production, they invited a lot of the key stakeholders. So the people that would be approving budgets to come and see what's happening. And this built a lot of inertia and excitement within the organization to scale automation and the adoption of AAP to a lot of other different teams.
That's great. One of the themes that I pick out whenever we have like Ansible Fest or now co-located with Red Hat Summit is you hear things like 100,000 incidents auto-closed a month, or $1 billion of found innovation budget because people have time to work on something else. Has that been your experience? Like as you guys have gotten more mature and you've rolled out more and more automation, has it freed up time for those people to be able to work on the next big thing, either whether it's innovation or just the next issue? Has that been your experience with automation, and do you have any examples of that? How about you, Jim? You started with Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. So my department is really composed of 3 teams, and 2 of them being engineering and operations. And the engineering team mostly had project-related work. But as the operation team really got freed up, they now started getting involved in project-related work as well. They became visible to leadership. Their skills increased over time as well. So this kind of motivates the folks that weren't as visible to become more visible. In terms of freeing up time, you'll never have free time, right? Your bosses always keep you busy. They keep you 120, 130% busy, and that's fine. It's what you're doing that you're busy that really inspires you or kind of deflates you. And if you ask me, I'd rather be developing than just building the same server 1,000 times or patching 1,000 servers. That's not something I prefer to do, and if I don't want to do it, I don't think anybody else in my team wants to do it. So look to see what you don't want to do repeatedly, develop it, automate it, free up your team, get them skills. We're doing other projects with higher levels of virtualization. Everybody's talking cloud, cloud, cloud. We're doing cloud stuff. There's a variety of things that people wouldn't have had that opportunity to get involved with if they didn't have Ansible here to kind of automate a lot of the requests coming into this group.
That's interesting. So that almost gets into, how do you attract and retain people, right? Because if they're not deflated, but they're working on something they're passionate about, that's a really interesting take on that. How about you, Michael?
Yeah, actually, time saved is one of those criteria when you're deciding like what you want to start automating. Sometimes that is one of the best things to consider is what are you spending the most time doing? Like Jessica mentioned, sometimes the best automation isn't the most complex. It's when you're automating something that some team is like, I just spend too much time opening up this spreadsheet, copying and pasting values into VMware to build a VM. I hate this. I don't want to do this. That's relatively simple automation to write, but it's going to save that person 2-3 hours a day opening up Microsoft Excel and copying and pasting values, right? So I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever written automation that doesn't save time. It's almost impossible to write automation that doesn't save time, unless you're just doing unless you're doing it wrong. But sometimes I will start with the most time-consuming operation and take that as a challenge to see how much we can shrink that the delivery timeline to. So. And time is money, right? I was talking with you earlier, Dave, that if I can save someone time, especially time they would be spending after hours working on something, that is sometimes the most fulfilling automation to write than automating the most complex disaster recovery scenario, for example. I was a sysadmin, I was on call, can I keep somebody, can I give somebody more time with their family than being on their laptop at the dinner table because something broke. So yeah, I mean, yes, automation has freed up a lot of time, but I find the most value when I'm freeing up time outside of business hours the most.
Yeah, that certainly is very attractive, and I can imagine the allure of getting new people on board. During the keynote this morning, Dave mentioned that he had been in the IT industry for 25 years, and I was thinking to myself, no, wait a second, because I'm older than, oh no. Jessica, you're a little earlier in your career than some of the me's in the room. Can you talk about like your interest in Ansible and kind of what what helped us attract some bright young talent like yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So I joined Red Hat straight out of college. I graduated with a degree in electrical and computer engineering, but automation and optimization was something that I had always been really interested in. And then after joining and then during the onboarding process, they exposed all of the new consultants to the two main verticals, I guess, within Red Hat. So there was Ansible, and then there was like OpenShift. And Ansible, being exposed and seeing what it could do for an organization, seeing some of the metrics of like the time and hours saved, that is what drove me towards it. And when we got to shadow some client projects, I was able to see just how much exposure I could get to so many different use cases and technologies that this extremely powerful tool could be integrated so seamlessly with. So
that's awesome.
And now I'm here.
Thank you. And we're very lucky to have you. So what are your best practices, right? Like, what are your recommendations for maximizing the impact of the platform? I know you've kind of touched on some things, but anything we haven't hit out? How about you, Jim? We'll come back to you.
So best practices. Like any tool, you have to secure it. And you have to make sure you're involving the right teams when you're starting to build this platform up. Because just as easy as it is to automate things that will work, it's just as easy to automate things that will break. Make sure that you're not working in a silo. This is a product that will help an entire organization transform. And every aspect of this platform has something more than what you originally see. You'll have folks from security, you'll have folks from compliance, you might have folks from finance. They're part of your journey, and I would say include them right from the very, very beginning in your discussions, in your ideas, maybe even get them to agree before you take the next step. The last thing you want to be is in a situation where you kind of have to redo some work, because now you're definitely not maximizing it. You're just reinventing the wheel. Take that initial first time. The other thing is to maximize it, take the training, learn the product. Jessica was telling you about Galaxy. There's lots of pre-written code up there. You don't have to build it from the ground up. Do the research before you get hands on keyboard and start writing code from the ground up. You'll save yourselves a lot of time. With the new features that come out, make sure your team knows about the new features. Talk about them in your team meetings. Use examples of how you're going to leverage new features that are coming out in 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, and so on. You'll transform into a DevOps team or a software developer team where your skills went from administration skills to software development skills. And you'll build tools within your skill set to help you along the way. And part of that is really just becoming a software developer. And that's what infrastructure as code is all about. Nobody does floppy upgrades anymore or building systems through tape or CD. We all have automation in our lives today. And it's being created not by admins, software developers. So you have to have that transformation within your team. You have to have the skills within your team. You have to have that forward vision to say, where do I want to be in a year from now? And if you're still doing the same things manually, they might be really, really complicated, and that's okay. But you definitely should be further along than you are today.
That's great. I really like that. Michael, how about you?
Yeah, when I think best practices, I'm a stickler. My colleague is learning about look and feel of the code, the style of the code. Mentioned a few times today, especially during Tim's presentation about Ansible Lint and VS Code. just setting standards around how you want your developers to develop the code. The VS Code Ansible extension is like the bare minimum requirement. It is going to be a requirement for the teams that we start working with, and they say, okay, we're ready to start writing our own automation. We've seen you do it. We've got some examples. We want to write it. What do we do? Things like dev workspaces are going to be huge for us to just give them a one-button approach to here's VS Code, here's everything you need to develop, and under the covers linter is there to remind you to style things properly. To me, that's a big thing, is you have 20 different teams writing automation. You want team 1 to be able to read team 10's automation and vice versa, and the way to do that is through the styling that you get that's enforced with Ansible linter. And then that's usually like, that to me, that's the most important, but then also standardizing around, okay, well now how do you test that role? So anyway, dev workspaces is going to be a huge thing that I want to start looking at within our organization, because that will basically help you define that standard without you having to be the bad guy and say, your code doesn't look that good, let's fix it. You can let the tools kind of do that work for you. So I'm thinking about it a little more in kind of the lower level from what Jim was thinking, but that stuff is obviously important. So now once you've got your automation and it looks beautiful, how do you present that in automation platform? Having standards around project naming and template naming and things like that really help people consuming the platform to understand what is actually going on when they're clicking around in there, so they know what they should be running and what they shouldn't be. Those to me, I think those are the biggest ones I could think of. I think another way to maximize the impact, as a few people have mentioned, is just show it to people. Get a quick win and then show that to another team. And then that team will be like, oh man, I've got some use cases that I could use your help with too. And then I think the more people that are using it and getting value from it, that's where the impact of the platform really comes in.
Great, thank you. How about Jessica, themes you've seen from your engagements around best practices, maximizing the impact?
For sure. So there's the low-level things and there's high-level things. So I can speak a little bit more about both. From the beginning, making sure that your project directory is organized in the recommended structure. And just as I think what Jim mentioned, learning Ansible, understanding the concept of roles, how they allow you to have modularity in your code, making it so that it's scalable across different teams, it's readable. What else? Having different inventories for different teams, planning for growth. With that in mind, buying into the concept of an entire automation journey rather just than this one-off use case. So then you have room in your architecture, in your platform to incorporate a lot more future use cases. And then things like role-based access control, integrating into your CI/CD pipelines, which the platform is built for integrating with Jenkins. Having good practices with version control and source control, so having everything hosted on Git, using good branching rules and practices. I think those are the best things that clients who are really successful with automation tend to do.
Great. So we've heard, I think, some tips along the way. My next question is around just adopting, right, and getting people on board. And I know we've heard some things. I know, Jessica, you mentioned sort of stakeholder engagement. I know we've heard some best practices in terms of learning the platform and some other things. But how did you drive the adoption, right? As you were kind of branching out, how did you guys go? Jim, we'll start with you.
Sure. So I've been using automation through a variety of organizations through my career. And you're going to find it's going to come to you from one of two ways. It's either going to come from the top down. There's an initiative coming from your senior leadership they have deliverables, or it's going to come from the bottom up. Team leaders, managers, maybe even individuals, they want to push it up. Either way, I'm going to tell you something because I've experienced it managing teams throughout my career. When everything is going well, you are ghosts. Nobody sees you. You're all doing excellent work, but nobody knows about it. You're only visible when things break, and that's the worst time to be seen. You want to drive adoption? Demo this. Like Michael was saying, you have a quick win, show it to another team. Don't wait to build the most perfect implementation of what you want to automate. It's repetitive. You're going to iterate over this throughout your career. Show it to your teams. Show it to your peers. Show it to your manager. Maybe show it to somebody that you feel, hey, they don't even know what infrastructure as code is. Show them a Git pull. Hey, look, Bob changed his code. I can see what Bob actually did. Somebody's going to approve this change. You have to become visible. You have to show the value of what the work you're doing on this, so leadership can now not only continue to sponsor you, pay for this, but maybe expand it outwards and upwards through an organization. Every little win, like Michael was saying, you have to evangelize it. So if you're a leader in this forum, please do so. If you're an individual and you've developed something really, really cool, share it. Somebody else will help you probably make it even better. If you want adoption, you have to be out there. Come out of your comfort zone, rattle people's cages, and tell them this is one of the best things that this organization is doing. And once they get the understanding of what you're doing, they'll probably help promote it.
Right. Michael?
That ties in perfectly with what I was going to say is I was hired as an automation engineer, and I'm sitting in front of all of these teams, and I'm telling them how good automation is going to be. Obviously, I'm biased because that's my role. So what we ended up doing is, when I worked with the storage team for that number of months, is if I went to go meet with, say, the Windows team, I would ask the storage team, hey, will you guys just join this meeting? And then when the Windows team asks questions about things, you guys can help me talk about how well this is working for you directly. So it's not coming from me, the salesman, right? It's coming from someone that's actually benefiting from the automation themselves. And sometimes that goes farther than me just saying, look, it's going to be great, just trust me. It's them saying, look, we are spending X amount of less hours doing this stuff by hand. We prevented a 7-hour outage because we had this automation. It's them talking from their own words to their colleagues about the value that they're getting. And then it makes the adoption of the platform that much easier. Taking a step back, I think if you are showing the value in the automation, then getting them to adopt automation platform is like the easy sell. It's like, well, now what if we can do this behind role-based access control? What if we can do this and say, well, now that we've got this in the platform, we can also layer on event-driven Ansible, and now you don't even have to be involved in kicking off the automation. Selling the kind of the bells and whistles is easy once you have the thing that they really care about, which is how do I save time with this task that I don't like doing. So present your wins and have the teams that you've won for, have them help you sell it to their colleagues.
Thanks. So Jessica, we heard a lot from Jim and Michael about best practices and coding standards and modern development practices and bringing people together. We lump a lot of that stuff at Red Hat when we talk about it into like a community of practice and the importance of setting something like that up. Can you kind of talk about your experience with that and kind of expand on some of what Jim and Michael said?
For sure. So for every project, I think we get that going if it doesn't already exist. So part of the package of what we deliver on the services end is always a lot of knowledge transfer sessions, demos, introducing the client team to trainings and different certifications that they can get explaining basic Ansible concepts to them so that they then can be the advocates within the organization to spread that knowledge forward. So after they talk about these success stories with their peers, with the higher ups, they can then start having more people buy into and become experts within their own rights, within their teams for automation. And I think that's really, at least in my experience, where the community of practice begins. Then you can think about things like use cases and projects that will be inherently cross-functional, that are going to involve a lot of different teams and a lot of different stakeholder opinions. And that is what helps automation grow and grow and grow. And that's how you drive adoption and get things to scale and further along the automation journey of your organization.
Great, thank you. All right, so for everyone in the audience, I have just one final question, and we have some time. So you guys can think about your questions for the panelists, but I just have one final question, which is, what's next? And you've kind of told us where you started, where you've come through, and where you're at. What's next? Whether it's the next kind of use case or the next strategic initiative. How about starting with you, Michael?
Yeah, on the use case front, because we bought so much goodwill with the automation we've done so far, we're going to start looking at disaster recovery, which anybody that's involved in that knows that's a mountain of a use case. And I'm glad there's two of us to work on it. But that's because we built the trust and showed, one of the things people are the most afraid of is, well, how do I know what it's going to do? Is it just going to do it and it's not going to tell me that it's doing it? And you have to kind of build the trust with automation in general. It's not specific to Ansible. It's just any automation is, look, we can show you in rule books that this is only going to fire under very specific conditions, or someone has to go into the UI, go in and launch it. Like, it's not just going to run and deprovision a bunch of servers. That bought us the trust to work on a use case like disaster recovery, which, if done incorrectly, will absolutely impact production systems, right? The other piece, besides just specific use cases, is what Jessica was mentioning, is the automation. We're trying to build an automation community of practice within our organization because there's only 2 automation engineers right now. Even if we doubled in size, there's still more use cases than there are of us to work on. So the only way to scale this is to start building automation engineers out of network subject matter experts or storage subject matter experts, giving them the tools to be able to write that automation for themselves, and them using us as like the knowledge base for, hey, if I get stuck doing this, or how should I approach this? We become more of a kind of internal consulting for the organization than the one writing the code for them. So that's what's next for us.
That's great. Thank you. How about you, Jim?
Yeah, so next for us is kind of similar to what Michael's saying, is really getting into the application space, disaster recovery and failover, helping those teams. And initially, you might be looking at automation really just at the infrastructure level, right? But if you get into the application teams, the disaster recovery teams, they're going to give you another whole set of problems you're going to have to work through. In addition to that, if you're venturing into any of the major cloud providers, the top 3 out there, you might be looking at using their services through the UI, which is probably great for learning so you understand the concepts of it. But at the end, you're going to be developing code on the back end really to talk to those cloud providers' APIs. And why not continue to leverage the code that you use already with Ansible to provision through VMware or storage or other types of services, just really to connect to your cloud providers. I mean, if you have an end user requesting a virtual machine, does it matter if it's in one of your data centers or sitting out in Amazon? From their experience, their end user experience, it should look the same. What we're looking to do is really make it transparent to them underneath. So it's really those 2 areas, Dave, right? It's more around DR, and cloud is going to probably bring a whole ton of challenges
I
to
suppose
automation.
you probably need a critical mass of automation before you can string it all together to recover, right? So.
Yeah, kind of. But like everything else, you start slow. You start with what's your quick wins, right? How do you get that going? Whether you want to deal with the application space or you want to do a cloud, or maybe you have some other venture. But that's kind of where we're going.
That's great. So that's all I had. What questions do you guys in the audience have? I thought you might. Thank you, Florian.
We had yours.
Hey, I have a question about performance and scaling. So did you guys face any challenges of performance in the application, automation platform itself? And if so, how did you mitigate that?
We're lucky in that the people that manage automation platform also write automation. So they knew if we needed to give more horsepower to our worker nodes, then they did it. But no, we've been very lucky. One of the things you can work out with Red Hat is how best to architect your automation platform so that you don't run into those performance bottlenecks. For us, we have 3 different data centers co-located across the U.S. And so we have workers that live in each of those data centers. And so we can make sure that the data center 1, our workers are servicing nodes and machines and storage clusters, whatever, within that data center. So that cuts down on a lot of network latency. So it's kind of funny because as a sysadmin, usually you're thinking about that, but we haven't had any issues with our automation infrastructure. But I think that also stems from the fact that our organization doesn't treat automation as like an experiment. It's like a first-class citizen, so it's critical infrastructure at this point. So they're going to give us what we ask for.
Jim, anything to add?
So we personally have not had any performance-related issues on the platform itself. But you might want to also look at the analytics, right? Obviously, you can write a job that can run through Ansible's platform every 2 minutes. Would you? Maybe probably not the best way to use that platform. There's different ways of doing that. So use the tools that will show you how developers that have access to Ansible are using the platform. And then obviously just take a look at your monitoring specs for your standard type of performance characteristics on your cluster. If you're running on physical, all right, maybe buy more physical servers. But if you're going to virtualize it, obviously you can expand there. But we haven't seen any performance-related issues. And the scale of our systems is like 5 digits. So, it's a pretty large number of systems. And no, it's been a solid platform. And we've been running now for several years, different versions.
I know I saw at least one more.
Jim, I know you brought up a really good point that building or developing tools, in-house tools that used to, in previous years, help out in day-to-day was developers' jobs, right? They used to do it. There were specific people for writing code. And now we could see that responsibility slowly transitioning into sysadmins, right? We're expecting them to, instead of doing manual, we're expecting them to do more. Thinking from that, when you're taking over a new team, you move into a new role, you took over a team, and you got 10 people. They're all using Bash. They're all using PowerShell. How are you bringing the automation mindset plus adaptability within your own team? Like, what ways are you encouraging your own teams to say, hey, look, I think this is the great way to do it. I want you to learn. I want you to get to it. Obviously, I'm sure you met some people and they're like, I'm happy where I am. I'm happy doing Bash. I'm happy knowing PowerShell. Ansible, okay, it sounds too new to me. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Like, how do you bring that transformation within your own team to build that community so you don't have to go out and hire automation-specific engineers and just empower your own team? Like, I'm just trying to understand how would you transform your own team into thinking that and building the capabilities and earning the skill set to write greater playbooks and to think from that mindset and not from a sysadmin mindset.
All right, so that's a great question. I'll tell them my experience, and I'll share it with you. I was the laziest system admin ever. I come from a time where there was no remote access. If you got an alert, you would have to drive into the data center. So my first automation platform was a bunch of scripts I put together on the back end with a lamp stack in front of it, and had a data center person kind of click on something. Saved me a drive at 2 o'clock in the morning. You have to lead by example, right? If you have that background in automation, show it to them. Tell them the value of where technology is going. Nobody updates their Windows laptop anymore through floppies, right? I mean, I don't even think they even come with CDs anymore. Do they want to go back to that? I don't think anybody does. You will have this culture change that you do have to deal with. And some people will embrace it, and some people will be skeptical, mostly because they fear something's going to happen to their position. But what you really want to show is there was once a time people did A, they're doing B, and they're going to start doing C. And you don't want to be one of the people that was still doing A. You don't want to be the person that was still building machines by floppy because nobody wants them anymore. You want to be the person who's pressing the button and is delivering infrastructure at a rapid pace. Ask them, do they use Amazon or do they want to go back to shopping? There's so many ways that automation has impacted our lives. So you might find that individuals who are reluctant to want to take that journey with you is more because they're not understanding what it means to their own career growth, to themselves. It's a personal thing. It's not about the team or the department. They want to say, where do you see me in 5 years if I go through all of this extra effort to reinvent myself, to train myself? I might even fail. I might break something. Are you going to hold me accountable? And you have to support your team along this journey, right? They will fail. And if you know about infrastructure as code, you fail fast, you fix fast. That's the value. And your leaders will also say, what happens if you break something? Well, I could fix it just as fast as I can break it. But if I break it manually, I can't fix it as quick. There's value in that knowledge, not just your team, but also to your leaders, right? So I don't know if I helped you with that question.
Do you personally provide resources to your team, things like maybe 2 hours a week for training, or do you provide Red Hat content to them, or training materials or videos, like, hey, I want you to every week spend 1 or 2 hours, or I want every month I want you to spend time with Red Hat events, or maybe with training actually from Red Hat, like all these extra resources to kind of get them to, like, do you do that with your internal department?
Great question. So as I said, we're in year 3 of this initiative, and it's sponsored all the way through senior leadership, and it's funded. And part of that funding, we've worked with Red Hat for Red Hat Learning subscriptions. So as part of our annual contract, we provide, if you're familiar with the Red Hat Learning subscription, it opens up an entire course catalog of self-paced training and instructor-led training. And it works just like any other type of subscription, and you hand it out to either your team or other teams that want to take that journey with you. Now you have to work with, hey, how do you get the time to do this? Well, 1, put it on one of their goals. They have to take it. 2, have a discussion with their manager, right? Hey, how much time can I get heads down to training? I don't want to take 30 minutes of training a week. That's not going to help me. And then 3, promote the concept of self-development. What do you do in your own personal time? If you just go home and you turn on YouTube and that's all you're going to do, okay, that's fine. But if you want to promote yourself, if you want to increase your own skills, find some time on your own and sit in front of a computer instead of watching YouTube or maybe a movie. Spend an hour or 2 a couple of weeks. Lastly, people who have taken the training, have them do a lunch and learn for the people who haven't. Kind of show them a little bit of, this is what you'll get to see more in depth if you actually spend the time.
I'd also add too is find out how your team learns the best. Because some people want to take a class like a Cloud Guru or Red Hat Learning or something like that, especially if you're trying to convert someone that's like writing PowerShell into writing Ansible. Sometimes they maybe just work with them one-on-one, like, hey, let's take this PowerShell script. You tell me as a PowerShell expert what this is doing. I can't read PowerShell to save my life. But let's go through an exercise of converting this PowerShell script into Ansible together. I found that helps for some people, especially the ones you're trying to sell on the idea of rewriting what they've already written. It's a lot easier to sell to your leadership because you're like, well, what if you didn't have to hire another PowerShell expert, but you could hire someone that can write and read YAML. That's a little easier to do at the leadership level, but for the person who's specializing in Bash or Perl or PowerShell, let's convert this together, and you can kind of see the power of the simplicity in the Ansible versus what they might be doing in their language of choice.
Awesome. All right, well, I can't thank you guys enough. I feel like especially those were two great questions, and I would say maybe even better answers. So thank you, and thank you all for the great questions, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you for having us here, Jason.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am, as he said, Tim Apnell. Sorry, let me put my mic back in my pocket. I'm a product manager, and I'm the Ansible old-timer that they always roll out for these events. I've actually been working with Ansible almost since the inception of the project, so I'm up around 12 years now that I've been somehow involved with Ansible in one way, shape, or form. So today we're going to talk about everyone's favorite topic, generative AI, and also the developer experience. This is an area that I've been overseeing as a product manager with the Ansible team. And we got a lot of stuff going on there that I'm very excited to talk to you about. As Dave was saying in the opening remarks, Ansible's come a really long way. And I can tell you this from the earliest days of Ansible as a command line tool with, I think it was a couple dozen modules when I first got involved with Ansible. It's come a very, very long way into becoming an integrated solution for the enterprise. We now help you with managing the execution of automation at scale across different deployments. We just heard about that from Bart. And a lot with things we've expanded into, things like event-driven Ansible that Big Panda was just up here talking about in depth. In this talk, though, I'm going to focus on that box on the left, which is the create part. This is an area that we've been really given a hard look at and what we can do to help in that area of the entire integrated solution that is the Ansible Automation Platform. So one of the things that we see in talking to customers over the years, many organizations, I'm sure much like yours, is that once organizations identify the need for automation and see that there's value and begin to invest in automation with Ansible, is that there's a series of sort of bumps in the road and the challenges that we see customers go to, kind of like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing that happens, where you identify the need, you initially deploy automation, but then you run into the problem of, well, how do I get my people up to speed? How do I onboard them? How do I get people productive and actually automating what needs to get done? So then you start to get into where you're initially automating things and things are starting to roll out and all type of different teams are starting to automate, but then you run into the problem that the content isn't reusable or there are different standards across the teams and then they don't exactly line up, and you work through that and create more organizational structure and knowledge within your group, and then eventually you reach the point where you really see the value in your automation investment. So we took a look at this and said, all right, we need to help. And what we did is we've, like I said, took a really hard look at how can we help the creation process? How can we help organizations onboard their staff and get people up to speed? especially because automation isn't limited just to your coders, to the people that do development. It's across your entire IT staff. They all have institutional knowledge in their particular domains that you're going to want to automate. So how can we help these people that are not traditional developers? And that's led to us working on a whole bunch of different offerings, some that are already out, some we just released, and some that are coming. And these are the things I'm going to go into more as we work through these slides. So the whole idea that we are doing this stuff and focusing on the create part is to try to smooth out that journey, to really get you to that automation value faster and more efficiently, and get it more of your staff and more of your engineering resources involved in the automation process. And like I said, these are the things that I'm going to talk to you about and how they can help your organization. So I'm going to begin with the most important part, and that's been modules. This has been the workhorse of Ansible from its very earliest days. It's what's made Ansible so powerful and so flexible. It's the ability to add modules to the core engine to do the different things. So we always talk about modules as being the tools in your tool belt. They're all the things that you want to do, that you want to work with, so they're the tools. We then, in recent years, have expanded it into collections and certified content. You know, both Dave and Bart covered that in their presentations of all the different vendors and different certified content that we offer, that we will support across many of the vendors that you're already working with. Big Panda mentioned that they have a collection that's part of this certified content. Many Red Hat ones. There's Azure, there's AWS, there's Cisco, there's F5. The list goes on and on. It's I know over 170, and I can't keep tabs on all of them. Another area that's not spoken about as much is validated content. And this happens in the form of roles. So this is pre-written, ready to go automation that answers the question, how should I automate my systems? So this provides expert-led path for performing common operations with all the different vendor platforms and services that are out there that we have certified content for. And what it provides is a curated and tested means of how should I automate something that's done with recommended practices that are done in a secure, quality way. So it gives you a starting point. Some of it you can use right out of the box. Some of it you can use as a starting point and customize to what your group is doing, but at least it gives you that sort of leg up or that start in how to do things. Another area that I wanted to really highlight, and this is important because it is the user interface to the Ansible developer experience for the most part. And that's the VS Code extension for Ansible. It brings all the things that you would expect in a VS Code extension, the syntax highlighting, the live validation of your Ansible content, the ability to hover over keywords and get context-sensitive help and access to documentation, auto-completion, all those type of things that you would expect in an IDE. But what it also brings is a lot of the integration of the things I'm going to talk about after this slide. So that's why I always like to mention the VS Code extension for Ansible and really recommend that you check that out. Ways that it integrates with other parts of the developer experience is, for example, this is the user interface to Ansible Lightspeed, the generative AI technology that Ansible uses, that Red Hat has, that is coming up in, I believe, the next slide. Other things about what is happening in your playbook and the integration of the Ansible development tools, another topic I'm going to get to in a second here. A lot of other really great functionality that help you not only get started quickly, but also do it in a secure way, using recommended best practices, things like that. All happen inside the VS Code extension. So a lot of what I'm going to cover is all integrated into this VS Code extension, and I'll make note of that as I go along. Okay, so now the fun topic, everyone's favorite favorite hot topic of the day, artificial intelligence, and particularly generative AI. This is what, in the Ansible space, this is Ansible Lightspeed, and this is backed by IBM watsonx Code Assistant. It's generative AI done the Ansible way. Before I go into that, I just want to ask a question. How many people have tried to write a playbook using ChatGPT? How did that work out for you? Yeah, I've heard mixed results. We've done a lot of internal prototyping ourselves. We actually just completed a user research and about generative AI and how people develop, and ChatGPT came up a lot. The thing I want to point out always, because I get asked, why can't I just use ChatGPT instead of Lightspeed? And the thing I point out is that ChatGPT, for all of its capabilities, is a terrible Ansible expert. It has not been fed. Well, some of the things that we've seen happen is the mixing of old deprecated syntax with new syntax that doesn't work together. We've seen it hallucinate and make up modules that don't exist. We've seen a lot of mixed results, and the reason being is that ChatGPT is just sucking up anything it could find and identifying it as Ansible, whether it's good or bad, old or new, experimental, pseudocode. It's pulling it all together, and then you get these mixed results. What makes Ansible Lightspeed so much different is that this model has been built by our experts using the most recommended latest practices, the latest syntax, the latest features, knowledge of all the different modules and plugins, things of that nature. So it's a better tuned model. It's going to return much more accurate results and ones that you can trust. Unlike ChatGPT, where sometimes it'll generate a playbook that just will spew out hundreds of errors and you have no idea why. And probably will spend more time fixing them than if you just wrote it by hand yourself. Okay, so that sidebar, over with that sidebar. The way that Ansible Lightspeed works today is that you have your content creation tool right now that's exclusively VS Code, the VS Code extension. You then give it a prompt. When we first introduced Ansible Lightspeed, I believe it was fall of 2022 in Chicago at Ansible Fest, it was that you gave it a prompt in the form of a comment to what I want to do. At that point, that was passed along to Ansible Lightspeed that would do some processing that would then access the watsonx Code Assistant and get back suggestions and then give you a suggested task that you could do there. Over time, we expanded that to being multiple tasks, where sometimes you could do a comment and you would get back multiple tasks in one prompt. And since then, we've been working on all type of different ways to leverage AI. And I'm going to go over some of the newer things. I'm not going to go over the things that we announced a year or two ago. Hopefully, you've seen that stuff or maybe even have used it. How many people have tried out Lightspeed? Only a few. Okay. Well, there is now a 90-day free trial out there that you can sign up for and start using this stuff now. All you need is the VS Code extension in one of these trial accounts to use this stuff yourself and see how it works. Okay. So the whole idea of what we're trying to do with Ansible Lightspeed is to provide and enhance your development lifecycle, across the entire lifecycle, with artificial intelligence in different ways. We've, like I said, been doing a lot with creation so far, the different task generation, the ability to generate playbooks, which I'm going to get to in a second, and then the ability to how you adopt artificial intelligence and how you maintain your models and what you're doing with Ansible and the Lightspeed AI. We have been trying to use this stuff ourselves. We successfully, actually, and actually our colleagues over in IBM Consulting were some of the first people to really start using Ansible Lightspeed in earnest. They've achieved a 30% reduction in the creation of Ansible playbooks, and they've seen up to 45% in terms of the speed and the ability to write playbooks. Even their most seasoned people find it faster because they have to do less work, less typing, because AI is serving them up what comes next based on the comments. Most importantly, that they've seen a dramatic decrease in the time it takes to get new users, their consultants who aren't familiar with Ansible, up to speed and being productive with Ansible, because the AI is helping them find what they need to do and figure out what is the thing I need to do next. So these are the type of things that we look at and are trying to continuously improve on and enhance and to continue to get better results, not just in development, but in just knowledge transfer and onboarding. There are 2 deployment models for Ansible Lightspeed today. The one that we rolled out initially was the SaaS offering. As I said, that worked through the VS Code extension. The prompt goes into Ansible Lightspeed, which passed it on to Watson Code Assistant hosted by IBM Cloud. And then the suggestions would funnel back through and into your instance of VS Code that was running. One of the things I should mention about this model is that each customer's data is kept separate from the next customer's data, so your stuff is not getting mixed together. So from one company to the other, they're all kept separate in IBM Cloud. More recently, a few months back over the summer, we made available the ability to support your own Watson Code Assistant. So essentially, if your company wants to take on running its own AI farm and want to keep all of this in-house for better control, management, maybe it's compliance. Before I joined the Ansible company and then went along for the ride to Red Hat and IBM, I worked in finance, and there's all sorts of regulatory issues of having your data hosted somewhere else. So if you're in that, if that's the situation that your organization is in, we do have this offering now where you can run this all entirely in-house. You're just taking on the responsibility of running your own AI system here. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about a few of the features that we've recently released. And the one I want to talk about is a playbook generation. I have an interactive GIF after this to show you this in action. But the way it works now is these are all views in the VS Code and the VS Code extension. Is you begin by saying, I want to create a playbook with Lightspeed, at which point it asks you, well, what do you want to accomplish with this? So we give it a sentence and then say, analyze. At that point, then it will give me the steps that it thinks that you will need to take to achieve the tasks that you put in the first prompt, in which case you can modify that or add additional detail to what is given back to you, and then say generate a playbook, and it will give you a complete operational playbook for what you started off with in that prompt. And I'm going to, let's see, run this one here. So here we go into the Ansible extension, select the playbook, generate playbook with Lightspeed, and we're going to type in here, deploy a LAMP stack on RHEL. At that point, we hit analyze, and then we get back from the AI. These are the 5 steps we want to take. But in this case, we want to add run Apache on a very specific port, 8083. So we add that additional directive to what we want to do and then say generate playbook. At this point now, we get back an entire playbook that does that, including set the port to 8083. At that point, now you have a working playbook. You can also ask it to explain the current playbook to you. This is a new feature we've added. It reads the playbook and then gives you a narrative, essentially documentation to what the playbook itself is doing. So this is just different ways that we are exploring the use of AI and natural language and all sorts of things like that. Like I said, this is just the latest thing that we did. We have a whole lot more in prototype going on within your organization. Could we get to your question to the end, or?
Just a quick thing. When you're writing the playbook, does it automatically pick the latest news modules and tags that are now in production?
Yes, it does. So the question was, does it pick the latest, greatest? And the answer is yes, it does. We try to take into consideration anything that's like bleeding edge new, and we also try to manage that through deprecation notices and things like that, that we're not just going to cut the legs out from under you one version to the other. We're going to give you enough warning that, hey, you need to update this, hey, you need to update this before we finally do that. So that is something we take into consideration, is what are the supported versions out there. Okay. Some other things, other features that we've added is content source matching. We want you to feel that you trust and secure in the suggestions that are being given to you. So we've attempted to clearly identify the potential sources of what trained this suggestion coming back. So as we see here, as it's giving a suggestion to a task, at the bottom, we get some input on the training matches, and it tells us where that suggestion came from. So what was the source? Where was it sourced from? So you have an understanding of who was the author, what was the license behind it, and where is it coming from. Another thing, and I believe we had a question about this over here. I don't work directly in AI, so some of this is a little bit vague to me. But more recently, they've updated the AI model inside of that IBM watsonx is using. So it's using what is called a 3B parameter foundational model, and that is based on the Granite system, which I believe has been open sourced now. So this is now what's underlying the AI engine, or the Watson Code Assistant out there. Like I said, day to day, I do not work in AI, so I can't go much deeper than what you see on the slide, but we have our own people that can talk to you more specifically if you need more detail. Okay. One other thing I should mention that we've made available, actually watsonx has made available, is the ability to allow users to take the existing content model that we've created around Ansible, and then to add and tailor the specific recommendations for the way your organization works. So the idea being that you can train the model on your content on top of the Ansible content. So if there's very specific things that your group is doing, or maybe additional steps that our model doesn't cover, it allows you to improve the model for what your organization is doing. All right. So that was Ansible Lightspeed and all the generative AI functionality that we've recently rolled out. I'm going to move on to something else, and it is a related product called Red Hat Developer Hub, and you'll understand why I'm bringing this up in a moment. Who is using the Backstage project in your organization right now? One person. Wow. Okay. Is anyone familiar with the Backstage project? Okay, only a few. Well, okay. So this is going to be something a little bit new. So just a little bit of background on Backstage. It is a project that was created internally at Spotify, became wildly popular, and it was donated to the CNCF, the same foundation that oversees Kubernetes and all things cloud native. So it's become a project under that. What the Red Hat Developer Hub is Red Hat's version that is based on the Backstage project, where Red Hat has taken it and done its bang-up job in the tradition of Red Hat in securing it, adding enterprise features, really hardening it, documenting it better, contributing a lot of stuff back to the project itself, and then providing that level of support that your organizations require. The idea being that the Red Hat Developer Hub or Backstage helps you enable your developers to get things done and have this centralized hub of knowledge and capabilities across all of the development that you're doing in your organization, and just simplify onboarding of these developers. One of the reasons that Red Hat has done that, and the reason the Backstage has really taken off, is a couple years ago, IDC did some research on it and found that 60% of organizations were looking to adopt internal developer platform in order to more efficiently onboard and manage their DevOps operations. There have been a number of different solutions in this area, but by far, Backstage took off as a project, and we're seeing many of our customers deploying Backstage internally, and that's what's led Red Hat to invest in creating Developer Hub. Now, the reason I bring this up in the middle of an Ansible presentation is that we've recently released an Ansible plugin for Developer Hub. So what this plugin brings is Ansible-specific portal experience and content for Ansible itself. So you can use this plugin and in combination with Developer Hub to provide a centralized repository for all your Ansible knowledge and where you can send people to get up to speed, get started, get them onboarded with Ansible. So we provide a whole bunch of things right out of the box as part of this plugin. And this is part of your AAP subscription, by the way. It is something that we fully support and will be developing a whole lot more than what we've just released with AAP 2.5. So let me go over some of those things here. So these are some screenshots from the Ansible plugin running inside of Developer Hub. As you see, it gives you a landing page with a number of different categories for learning, discovering, creating, developing, operating, helpful links, things of that nature. Inside of those, as you expand those, you have other functions and operations. So, for example, like discovering what collections are available in your automation hub, or creating a new project inside of Git, a new Ansible project inside of Git, things of that nature. One other thing that I think has been really helpful and we've been investing a lot of time in is what Backstage and Developer Hub calls learning paths. And these are step-by-step tutorials on different topics, and we've particularly focused on getting started. So it's things like an introduction to Ansible, or writing your first playbook, or YAML essentials. These are all things that are part of the plugin that once you install it, you can make available to your staff to help them get started, help them get onboarded, and getting productive with Ansible itself. There's also some other things, the ability to have push-button services. It sort of borders on the lines of a service catalog type of functionality that Developer Hub and Backstage offer. In this case here, it's the ability to initialize some Ansible projects, whether it's a collection or a playbook project. And like I said, this is just the beginning. This is what we just shipped. We're looking to do a whole lot more with what we can do together with the Developer Hub and in this plugin and getting your people up to speed and onboarded and really help you build, when it comes down to it, a community of practice within your own organization, an area that you can really focus your expertise. All right, moving on to the next topic. This is the one that's near and dear to my heart because this is what I've been directly overseeing for the past year and a half or so, and that's Ansible Development Tools. So what Ansible Development Tools is a suite of automation development capabilities. It's a collection of command line tools, and I will get to that before anyone goes, oh, command line tools. But it's in one curated, supported bundle that when you install it, you get all of these tools. There's no need to individually pick out tools and figure out which ones that you need or want to use. And the idea is to give you a complete set of tools that take you all the way from the creation all the way through the testing and deployment of your Ansible automation and your Ansible content. It is available in two forms for our subscribers. There's, of course, RPMs that all Red Hat software is shipped as. But we recognize that most people are not using RHEL as their primary workstation out there, that many of you, I'm sure, are using Windows machines. Maybe you're lucky and can use a Mac OS. So that's why we've created a supported container that has all the tools in and everything that you need to do development inside of that container. It's more specifically been developed as a VS Code dev container. So what this allows you to do is to run that container inside of VS Code itself on your Windows workstation or on your Mac workstation, do development directly on those machines without needing to get into RHEL and that. Another thing is that by it being there, having this container available, we're able to integrate VS Code itself with the command line tools. So we've created a lot of VS Code native interfaces to these command line tools that you don't even realize you're using some command line tools, that they're the underlying functionality. You're working inside of VS Code itself. And I have some screenshots in a couple of slides here. I should get to those. What this bundle includes is that are a number of different tools. Some of these tools have been around. For those of you that are familiar with Ansible may recognize things like Ansible Navigator or Ansible Lint that have been supported and available as individual tools. Some of these are community tools that we have now brought in and cleaned them up and said we will now support those. The one that I specifically point out that I get asked about a lot is Ansible Molecule. Ansible Molecule actually started in the community outside of the Ansible team in Red Hat itself. For a number of years, it was developed by a bunch of contributor volunteers. At some point, the leader of that project said, "Hey, I got stuff going on here. You want to take it over?" And so, for a number of years, Red Hat had adopted it, but left it in the community space. So it was there. Contributions were being made, and it was moving forward, but it was not supported. Well, that's now all changed. We are now putting a lot of engineering resources into Ansible Molecule. It is now supported part of your AAP subscription, that if you need help on that or you find a bug, we're going to work with you to rectify that. Another thing that I also point out in this is that we have added a few tools that when we looked at, okay, what is the complete life cycle of all the things that a developer will need to do? Where do we have gaps? That we've created a few new tools that you've probably possibly never heard of. The one that I point out is Ansible Creator, and that's the one that I have here in this next slide. So what Ansible Creator is, we have very big plans for what will be an Ansible Creator, but in the initial release, it is a tool for scaffolding an Ansible project and doing it in a way that not only streamlines getting started, but it sets you up with the best recommended practices for how you should structure your playbook projects and your collection projects. So you don't have to think about or learn what all these different files are to help manage your repository and get it ready to put into Automation Hub and all that. It's generating all those files for you. As I said, we have a lot of plans for what we want to do with Ansible Creator. The initial release is just for initializing those projects. Right now, the team's hard at work at an add command. So the ability to add content to an existing project is one of the next things that we're working on. So if you have an existing project and you say, okay, we need to add a few new modules or we need to add a role, it'll help you scaffold out that part of an existing project. Again, so that you don't have to think about it as much and think about, well, what's the recommended practice here that I should be doing? What are all the things that need to get done? As I've mentioned, and I recognize that not everyone's into command line. We're Red Hat, so the fine tradition of everything from a terminal. We realize not everyone likes to work that way. While Ansible Creator is a command line tool, what I have pictured here is the integration of Ansible Creator into VS Code. So you get this. This here is the welcome page, and I actually have a interactive GIF here where you pick the option off the welcome page, you fill out a few different parameters or different fields here, and then say create. So here we're saying what's in the repo. We get the log of what happened there, and we hit open project, and now everything you see on the left there was just generated by Ansible Creator. It's already done for you, and now you're ready to go in and start writing your playbook. In this case, that was for a playbook project. You could do the same if you were creating a collection that's going to be reused and distributed within your group. So this is just looping. But just to give you an idea that often when I talk about Ansible development tools and I say they're command line tools, everyone goes, oh, I can't use those because I'm on a Windows machine. We got you covered. Okay. So another tool I wanted to take a moment to talk about is Ansible Lint. If you ignore everything else I've talked about with development tools and only try out one tool, one thing, it's Ansible Lint. I really, really recommend you start using that in your organization's workflow and your own work. Again, it is a command line tool, but as I'll show you in a moment, it is integrated into VS Code itself also. What Ansible Lint does is it helps identify and correct stylistic errors and anti-patterns in your Ansible automation. So if you're doing something that's probably not a good idea, or maybe it's been deprecated, or, oh, that's going to confuse someone, Ansible Lint's really good at identifying that stuff. It also has the benefit when it's used across an entire organization is that it creates a consistent code across the team because everyone's using the same style, the same approach, the same way of writing things. So as different people pick up automation or maybe needs to debug that automation, it is more consistent across your entire organization. So it's definitely a great thing to not only have inside VS Code, but we've seen it integrate into people's workflows, excuse me, and CI tooling. I'm going to show you, this is a very basic GIF. I got to come up with a better one here, but this is showing you the VS Code image, and what's happening here is someone used a module that doesn't exist, in which case immediately VS Code down in the problems tab tells you that you're using something that I don't know about. So you know right away before you go any further. This is kind of a simplistic example, and I need to work on a better one. There is almost, I believe, 100 rules that Ansible Lint will check for. Some of them go a lot deeper than just identifying a module out there. It can be, oh boy, so many. It can be things like I was saying about deprecated syntax. It can be things like inconsistent Booleans. Ansible, for whatever reason, back in the day would support true, false, yes, no, I think 0, 1. And then you had people that were using all of them, sometimes in the same playbook. This will identify, that you use those more consistently, things of that nature. So definitely check this out. Look at all the different rules. A couple other quick features I want to mention is we more recently added a feature. This is an optional feature that it will automatically correct some of these things. So if it's something we feel confident that we can fix for you, you can add a switch. It's also in the interface to write the correction in there. So when it runs, and instead of just telling you have a problem, it can also fix the problem for you. It's limited and it's also optional. We want to be very conservative about what we fix for you, but these are things that we felt that were easy enough to handle and that we were going to get it right the first time. The other thing I should also I wanted to mention is that VS Code Ansible Lint has profiles in it. So there are different suggested profiles that you can use depending on how deep you want to go. Maybe when you're testing, you want to only use a more limited one, and then as you get ready to release, you step it up to the production level. Those already exist, but you can also create your own. So if there's some rule that you really disagree with us and just it annoys you, you can knock that out, and Ansible Lint won't check for that. All right. Keep moving right along. I've already talked some about Ansible Molecule, so I won't go too deep in that. What Ansible Molecule is, though, is a functional test runner. So the idea being that it can stand up what you need to, your testing environment, and then take your content and run it against the testing environment and then do some verification of, did it do what I expected it to do? Did it handle the errors that I expected it to catch? Things like that. So the idea is it's doing that functional testing to make sure that the playbooks and the collections that you roll out do what you expect them to do. And as change happens over time, that you don't introduce errors and problems like that. Like I said, we've been doing a lot of work in that area. We've been doing work to make it more accessible and easier to use. One of the things that we fixed that when I took a look at Molecule and moving it into the supported model was that the provisioning was done in Python code. I'm not sure why the community made that decision to do that, but we thought people shouldn't have to know Python code in order to test their Ansible content. So one of the big changes that we made as we brought it into the supported model is that Ansible itself now helps you provision your test environment. You don't need to know how to code in Python in order to provision an environment. So these are some of the changes that we've already made, and we're working on more things coming down the line. There's a big project we just launched a few weeks ago to really add more features to Molecule. This GIF moves really fast here. I got to get a slower one. But here we're seeing we're running Molecule. We're running the help, and you see all the different stages of testing the test sequence that you can run. At this point, it's going to just show you that we have this integration hello world scenario here, and then we're going to run that test scenario on our hello world integration and see how that works. And we're going to get the output that looks very much like an Ansible playbook, because that's essentially what it is that it's doing here. And we see, okay, I know you couldn't read that fast enough, but you saw a lot of green and no red, which was the most important part. And so now you know that your molecule, you now have confidence in what you're rolling out is going to do what you expected it to do. Okay, so I got one more thing before I take some questions, and this is a sneak preview of something that we are beginning to work on, and that is Ansible Development Workspaces. This brings together everything I just talked to you about. And what it does is it provides one-click provisioning of an integrated development environment, namely VS Code, along with all the Ansible-specific tooling and generative AI, meaning light speed, but it brings it to you in a browser. So you don't need to install VS Code locally on your machine. One of the things we've heard, and I remember these days when I worked in finance, getting a piece of software installed on your workstation requires an act of Congress for just one person. And if that takes you 3 or 6 months just to get VS Code, let alone the Ansible extension, let alone Podman, it's really going to slow down your ability to do automation development. And how many people can actually do it? So this is where we took a step back, and there was actually a group of consultants that pointed out, we could use OpenShift dev spaces, and we could build an Ansible solution on top of that. And so that's what we're exploring right now and looking to release in the second half of next year, is a supported part of the Ansible platform, a component of the Ansible platform that provides these Ansible development environments with one click in a browser. The benefit to organizations is that not only does it not require them to install this software that gives them the night sweats, allowing that on individual workstations, but to control who has access, when they have access, what are they running, what versions of the tool are they running, because it's all centralized, it's all managed from the centralized dev spaces server, and it is all entirely auditable. Okay. So that is Ansible Development Workspace, and like I said, keep an eye out. Is anyone using dev spaces in your organization right now? Here? No? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, if you're interested, we're going to be doing some testing soon. If you're interested in trying this out as we work through our prototypes and roll some things out. Okay. And with that, I'm going to leave you with a few resources if you're interested, and actually encourage you to try this out. The first one is the Ansible Development Tools Hands-On Lab. This is an interactive lab that you can spin up for free, runs in the browser, gives you a VS Code environment, and steps you through using the tools that are in the Ansible Development Tools to at least give you a taste of what the tools do and how you would use them. Another resource I wanted to point out is the Ansible Forum. This is an area of people in the Ansible ecosystem gather and talk about all things Ansible across any number of domains, not just developer tools. Also, some of our own team are on there answering questions and discussing things. So definitely check out that resource there. And then the third one I want to mention is developers.redhat.com. This isn't an Ansible-specific thing, but there is certainly lots of Ansible content up there, and we're going to be publishing more. through that group. But this is something that you can sign up for and join for free, and it gives you all things development, all things open source from Red Hat across not only Ansible, but Golang and Java and all sorts of other things out there. Okay. Everyone get their QR codes? Everyone get their photos in now? Okay, perfect. Okay, and with that, we can take some questions. We have some mic runners. If anyone has a question, you can raise their hand. I see one over there.
Just a quick one. The command line tools you showed, like Lint, can I just run them without VS Code? Can I just run them?
Yes, they're available as command line tools as long as you have Linux. Each one of those tools have their own separate Git repository in the upstream. You know, we're Red Hat, so we develop everything out there in the open.
So it's just a repo. I install the repo and.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You can also get the downstream release from Red Hat and still have access to those individual tools. In the case of the supported version is you'd be grabbing an RPM from RHEL and then using that to install the individual tools, and then you'd be able to do Ansible-lint on the command line. We have two up front here. Sorry, just wait for the mic. I think you got your hand up first. Ooh. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You're so close, I didn't even.
No, quick question. Is the Ansible Lint leveraging Lightspeed in any way, whether it's for the autocorrect or suggestions?
No, so the Ansible Lint is more of static analysis, so it's known testable rules, but we have been working on some integrations with Lightspeed to see how they could play off of each other. One way that Lint works with Lightspeed is that we check everything with Lint before we feed it into Lightspeed to build the model. So in some ways, there's an inherent linting in the suggestions that come back from Lightspeed, but we're looking at some ways even post-processing that the two work together, but we're not quite there yet. Great question, though.
Right here.
Oh.
Hi. For Ansible Molecule, you mentioned we could now provision using Ansible itself.
Yes.
So for something custom, like could we set up something like our own VMware vCenter and test using that?
You absolutely could. Anything you could do in a standard playbook, you could do in provisioning your test environment using Molecule.
Okay.
So everything you have available to you in an Ansible playbook, you can have as part of you're writing a playbook to provision your test environment. That was why when we looked at it and we were taking it in and you had to write Python code, we were like, we already have all this in Ansible itself. Why are we using the Python code? So this is why we've been making that switch.
So that's with the latest Molecule version?
Yes, it was actually in version 6, which I think we released last summer, and we've since made a number of releases. That was in the upstream. But the latest, the supported version we just released has all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
All right, quick question for socks. Everyone needs socks, right? It's getting a little cold.
Oh, okay.
Right? Hello. So can someone name at least three certified collections for networks in Ansible? Anyone? You got one over there.
Yeah, that's a winner.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a question over here.
My question is around Boston Code Assistant. Currently, you have you're discussing that there is going to be an opportunity to host it in-house on your own platform.
It's actually available now.
It is available?
It is available
now, is that a paid, like you have to actually get a license for it to run it in-house, or is that an open source that you can run in-house? But would it also communicate to IBM to get that?
You'd be purchasing Watson Code Assistant from IBM and running a licensed version. The other is that the model is not open source.
It's not open source. Okay. All right, so then we don't need currently, in order to run something like that, you need a very big hardware.
Yes, that is the one thing that we have told. We heard it loud and clear from customers that they didn't feel good about the hosted version, and we said, okay, fine, we'll give it in-house, but just know what you're asking for.
Okay.
Which is that you're going to have to build out a whole AI farm, and that is not an insignificant investment.
Right, and the cost is just the licensing to support, right? That would be just a support model like how we have it.
Right,
Red
it's
Hat.
like any other on-prem software that you would have in-house.
Fair enough, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
That was an 8D model. That's an 8 billion parameter model. It's not actually a very big model. The models go. That'll fit on the phone, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's something that the AI experts would have to argue out and how they're stepping up. We're trying to be, I know that they're trying to be conservative and not overpromise and have the model hallucinate. So they've been stepping it up slowly. But I don't know enough to really talk more about that. Like I said, my colleagues are overseeing that and working really closely with all the experts at IBM to do that stuff. My focus has been on the developer tools and VS Code and the workspaces stuff. Yes.
Yeah. One of the biggest challenges at my work is to eliminate dependencies. So I believe with Ansible, the modules, the RHEL versions, the Python versions, we're creating so many dependencies. So what was the best practices, best way to keep track of dependencies and to eliminate?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it really begins with how the modules themselves are developed is one of the things. We've seen, and we try to coach some vendors who have made dependency hell under their modules and try to straighten that out. I won't name names. But one of the other things that we're looking at is there's a tool I didn't mention called Ansible Builder, and that gives you some help with resolving dependencies and building it into your execution environment that you then can run in AAP itself. That's a whole other separate presentation, is about all those changes that we made in AAP 2 and execution environments and Builder and how that works. But that was specifically made to help manage that dependency hell that we saw happening with virtual environments. At least to mitigate that. So I don't know if I quite answered your question. It's sort of a multi-pronged thing, and there's only so much we can do depending on the nature of what technology it's sitting on top of. So.
I have a question. So Ansible Lightspeed, you just mentioned that it has 90 days free trial. I do see 30 days. So is there a specific way we have to get 90 days free trial?
Yes, there is. Okay, thank you. I was going to say, I know that there's a link out there, and I should have brought it with me.
So you can either request it online or speak to the Red Hat account team. If anyone has any questions about Lightspeed, we implemented that actually at a very large bank in America. I'm around here, like you can see what I look like. Feel free to ask me as well specific questions.
Okay, great, thank you. We have one there, one there.
I just had a specific question about RHEL 10 and what that's going to look like in terms of large language models. I've heard through the grapevine and also some RHEL meetings that potentially we will be able to chat within the terminal with an LLM. Is that correct?
I don't work on the RHEL team to verify that. I can tell you that we have a lot of prototypes happening internally with ChatGPT style interfaces to different forms of Red Hat knowledge bases out there, and also Ansible ones. But I can't say more than that because I honestly don't know. Yeah, sure. I think there was one question out over here somewhere.
Where?
Sorry.
One gentleman.
Yeah.
Getting my steps in.
You need to wear your running shoes today.
I'm assuming that when you built Lightspeed, it was because you weren't happy with the answers you were getting from
the public LLMs,
Yeah.
what were the challenges you were seeing out of those that caused you to create it?
Okay. So actually, sorry, I'm sitting in front of the speaker. I'm going to feed back here in a second. IBM had approached Red Hat and the Ansible team specifically before ChatGPT really took off. So it was more of a looking ahead that when ChatGPT and all this generative AI stuff started to break, we were already well into the development of Lightspeed when that happened. So it wasn't necessarily a reaction to what was out there. It was more of a looking ahead and saying what would help people out there. The thing that we saw, and a colleague of mine, Craig Brandt, did a whole project on this and wrote up a blog post, is that we were just seeing that the knowledge and the responses were very inconsistent and often inaccurate. And it was because so much of the knowledge was not being curated and vetted that was going into ChatGPT itself. And we saw a whole range of different responses happening. Like I said, sometimes mixing old syntax with new syntax that you could not find a single version of Ansible where that would run together. We were anti-patterns. It was putting in there. And like I said, some people actually reported it making up modules that never existed. Just complete hallucinations. So this is another reason why we've created this particular model that is specifically trained using the best, most accurate recommended practices for Ansible. And we continue to work on that in improving the model. I know there's constant work being done around that.
All right, so yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about EDA today and how we can kind of use that in like networking applications. So a little bit about EDA is, the way I like to think of it is, how can we take something that's happening in our environment and automatically respond to it? That's the simplest way to kind of think about it. And
yeah, I would say on that as well is like Ansible is pretty well matured around a lot of our customers out there. But there is the caveat, right? If we think about Ansible, is that we're ultimately a push technology, right? You're the ones that decide when Ansible is going to run. You decide you're either going to like kick it off yourself, right? You'll go ahead and put a schedule to go ahead and run in an automated fashion every hour. Or you'll go ahead and hook up something that will basically trigger an API to go and do it. When you think about the legacy tools, right, that people are using for automation, they're agent-based, which is what we don't want to do. We don't want to be an agent. It's a lot of overhead. They're cumbersome, right, when it comes down to what we're trying to achieve with this. But they have the one benefit, which is they become reactive. That's what we need Ansible to be able to do, is to become reactive and not just something that you're basically scheduling. And this is where the EDA functionality comes in. As we go through with this, you'll understand the level to which we're taking this to get much higher up for you than just what an agent would do.
Exactly. So who here makes typos? All right, I would hope everybody. Okay, so I don't feel so bad. So one of the things that Ansible in general is about speed and consistency. So what we want to do is make sure that we're doing things and responding to events that are happening quicker and more consistently. So with speed, obviously, something's going to happen. It's going to take me forever, especially if your boss is like looking over your shoulder. Like, you're going to make some typos. I know I do. And that's going to create some issues. There's going to be a delay and things there. Consistency. We want to automate everything across to make sure that we're doing the same thing in all of our environments. So you have different real estates with like different versions of RHEL, but we want to still have the same rollout, same configurations. We want to have everything be consistent and continually innovate on that. So kind of how this works in a traditional sense is you're going through and you get a notification that a network device has gone down. Something's not working, and what you have to do is you create an IT ticket, like something happens and somebody has to get notified. So that creates a manual effort, but somebody's going to have to step in, try and take a look at that. And then you're going to have somebody start doing some investigation, evaluate exactly what's going on. You're going to log into that system, see what's going on in those log files, get any kind of indication, hey, maybe this network or something went down. let's notify the right people in IT that say, hey, let's take care of this. And then at the end, you're going to have to respond to that. So somebody is going to have to be able to log into that system and then restart that service, whatever it might be, to get everything back up and running. So this whole process can take, 20 minutes, can take a day, can take several days, depending on how complex the actual issue is. And if it is something as simple as a service restart, this is where EDA really comes in handy, because we can say, hey, we're monitoring this. We saw that this particular service went down. Let's go ahead and kick off automation that's going to bring that back up. So what this kind of looks like in our flow is, so in the middle, we have our EDA, where we're going to be constantly monitoring the event sources and things that are coming in. We're going to say, hey, does this match one of our rules that we have set aside in EDA? And if so, let's remediate this. And so this plugs into Automation Controller, and we can kick off any kind of playbooks that are needed to respond to that. And we also have all of our defined automations and everything in there, and all of our sources coming in.
I'd say on that as well, that another thing kind of as we look at how Ansible is going to react to events coming in, and especially when we went for that traditional flow, like when I was a sysadmin, I'd get called up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, right, because some application's gone down. And it's like, well, what is that? Is it, if we think about a traditional LAMP stack, is it because the web server's gone down, we've run out of disk space? Is it the database that's gone down, or part of the application, or even another component of the stack, like a networking appliance? We don't know at that point, other than we get alerted this is down. And for me, at 2 o'clock in the morning, it takes me a while to get out of bed, right? I would get up, probably go make a cup of coffee before I do anything, right, because I'm still bleary-eyed from it, and then I'll go into an environment and start navigating those systems to try to figure out what's happened. Once I've got that data, right, then I can start going about doing resolution. And when we think about that aspect from an EDA, this doesn't necessarily mean, like on day one, hey, we want to like fix everything. We want to do auto remediation, self-healing, everything we have out there. Having EDA just for fact gathering is a huge step of the process, and you'll drop your mean time to resolute drastically on this. Because as soon as every alert comes in, if Ansible is then just triggered off immediately, just say, go and gather all of the data that we know about this environment and throw it into a ServiceNow ticket. Then I get the call to jump onto it, and I just log into the ticket, and I've got all of that information at my disposal of the entire stack, and now I can get to work on going ahead and resolving it. So as we look at this, observe, evaluate, and respond, first step is, let's go ahead and look at this, just get me data, right? Once we've got that, that's your first step into this. Now we think about the next steps. How do I then just achieve this to say, on this condition, resolve this. On this condition, make this change, and build up.
Yeah, kind of how that works. So as Phil was saying, like we have like a rule book is what it's called in EDA. And so in that we have our source. So whether it be like a webhook or something that we're bringing in, we have our conditions. So we're going to match like when this service is down, then we do this. So we run our remediation, and that's kind of like the basics of what the rulebook is. We'll go over that a little bit more in just a little bit. And with that, obviously, all of our tools have some command line stuff. So what we have done as part of the platform is we also have a web endpoint for all of this, where you can bring everything in from your rulebook activations, your credentials, and anything that you might need to actually do this at enterprise scale. You get your full auditing and what you're used to with controller and the other parts of the platform as well. Part of that is also your RBAC control. So you'll be able to control who has access to what rulebooks and who can run what remediations based on those events and everything that are coming in. So across the whole enterprise with EDA, we want to obviously do the low-hanging fruit. I know in like the last session that we kind of talked about those easy wins. That's something that we can definitely a good starting place for EDA as well. Bringing in those events, looking for anything that's going to be something easy to win, especially anything that we see like tickets being opened for in snow all the time. So you're getting a ServiceNow ticket open constantly for, hey, this network's down, hey, this particular web server or something's down. What can we do to kind of bring that in and remediate something super quickly and bring those services and things back up? And then as we evolve through that life cycle, right, we're going to obviously get a little bit more involved, see what else we can do to kind of bring in any kind of different events and things that are happening across the IT organization to kind of remediate those a little bit more quickly as well. So a couple of new features. I know there's been, we released AAP 2.5 recently. There's been a lot of enhancements to EDA itself. And EDA can actually be deployed, the 2.5 version, and connected back to AAP 2.4. So if you wanted some of these new features of 2.5 that we've released in the EDA portion of the platform, but you want to keep the rest of your AAP 2.4 environment, you can definitely do that. So one thing, we've made it a little bit easier to bring in those event streams. And by doing that, we're able to say anything that's like webhook based, we're able to constantly just bring that in. And then after we bring it into EDA as that event source, we can create rulebook activations based on certain events that happen to that one single event stream that's coming in. So it makes it easier to kind of manage, so we're not having to set up a little bit different rulebooks and everything that's and activations and streams that are coming in for that. I know a little bit earlier today in the session with Big Panda, they showed a great graph of how this looks, so we won't go kind of through that again.
I mean, yeah, I guess from that, it's like we think we're going to have multiple different kind of events that we care about. And kind of going back to what I was saying, like around about like the agent mentality, if we think about what an agent's doing, we're installing it onto a box, right? And on that node, it's aware of itself. It's constantly checking itself. Have I met the rules in which you've told me? Need to have these users, right? Need to have these services running. Need to have this configuration set as such. And if you make a modification to that, it detects the drift, and immediately, within 30 minutes, it will go ahead and make a modification to bring it back. What it's not aware of is anything outside of itself to that degree, right? And this is why with EDA, it gives us the ability in having the streams coming in. Because if what I decide to do with EDA is go ahead and point it to central monitoring tool as such, right? Because I want to replicate if services go down. That service will go ahead and get flagged. We'll pull in that stream from your monitoring solution and detect it. And at that point, we could say, that's good enough. Go ahead and tell Ansible to bring that service back up for us. We're now getting this a lot quicker than obviously the agent time span because we're getting live streams of data coming in. But the question now comes in is that, well, what if you're in a change window? Because it's the weekend right now, and you're in a known window where you're taking servers down to patch them and reboot them. If you stop a service and you're in a change window, your agent is still going to go ahead and start it up because you've got to stop your agent from detecting that before you do anything. But because we can have multiple streams, that means I can plumb straight also into an ITSM tool, like ServiceNow. And so with that, I can have a condition that's going to meet that says that service has died on a box, but I can't be inside of a change window right now as well to go ahead and react. If I am in that change window, then don't do anything, because there's no point in trying to take care of that. But now when we think about going down that, how many kinds of events could we possibly have? Because I want to be able to monitor a networking stack. I want to be able to monitor the infrastructure stack, right? I will have all these different amounts that's coming in. And each one of those, I might actually care about change control, maintenance windows from that can come also from ServiceNow. So I don't want to build multiple different decision environments that are all feeding from the same tools. So by having the event streams that come in now, as long as I'm passing all of that data in once into my environment, I can have all of my other decision environments kind of hook into that, right?
And so kind of how this looks and what you could be able to do with something like this is, let's say you're a developer and you're trying to deploy your web application. So you push your code up, and what we can do with that stream at that point is basically say, hey, we've detected a change in your Git repository. Let's go ahead and deploy this new application and kick off automation for that. A few other use cases, something, let's say, like you're managing your VM infrastructure, and you have a VM that hasn't been utilized in like a certain amount of time, nobody's logged into it. You have that time period, 30, 60, 90 days. Nobody's done anything with this. Bring it down, deprovision it, make sure we're getting those resources back in the VMware cluster, or whatever it might be. So there's a lot of different opportunities here to react to things and take it from there. So along with some of the enhancements with 2.5, we now have increased high availability and scalability in the platform, so we can have that active-active type situation within the EDA stack. It's very easily configured either if you're running the operator or the containerized version or the bundle. We have that enterprise credential management and everything built into the platform now, and one of the biggest features with AAP 2.5 is that centralized RBAC that you're going to get, where you get RBAC for all components of AAP. So previously, you used to have to set up LDAP and any kind of integrations that you needed within each individual component. So for EDA, hub, controller, and now all that's in one central UI, and there's no more single endpoints or endpoints for things to go to, so it's all centralized in one location. And now we'll kick it over to Phil, and he's got a demo for us here.
Hang on a second, I'll make this mimic my screen and 2 screens, and we'll get this going.
Show you a quick way to do it.
Yeah, go for it. You got a quick one? There you go. Look at you. It's awesome. Nice. Thank you. Excellent. All right. Okay. So what I want to do to start off with, right, as we kind of go through the EDA perspective, is I just want to break this down because there's like new concepts to this. We know what playbooks are, which is we basically give it a series of tasks, right, and then tell Ansible to run it, and it literally will run task by task by task, okay? When it comes to event-driven Ansible, we're now going to a position where we're telling Ansible to react to something that happens inside your environment, okay? So what we have is rule books instead. So before we get into a more kind of complex example we'll go through, let's just hit the basics going on how do I do this, right? Because instead we have like the sources, the rules, right, and then the actions. But what does it take to put that together? And the most basic way I can really think of doing this is let's use a webhook, right? Because then we can just do a curl command and kind of show this off. But when we take a look at the rulebook to start with, the top of this looks just like a playbook, right? Name, hosts, right? We're going to go against. And then rather than tasks, right, we hit sources. This is like what is it we want to be able to read from that's coming in here. So this source, I'm just going to have one, which is going to be a webhook, right? You can have multiples, but for example, it's just going to be the EDA webhook driver. And this is going to fire up on itself. So in this case, I'm telling it to stand up a listener for me, right, on my local port of 5,000. And now I'm going to get into the rules, right? When it comes into the rules, we first off need to tell it what we're looking for. I don't know what we're looking for. I've never done this before, right? So telling me it's event.whatever, how do I figure that out? And that's what we want to start with by looking. We know we need to have a condition, but we don't know how to start with this, right? So you can see my condition. I've just got it event.something is going to equal something. If that matches, right, we're then going to go ahead and tell it to do an action. When it comes to an action, in this example, you can see I'm going to run a playbook, right? However, you have options with your action. You can run a module if you just want a singular task, start a service, right? I don't need a playbook for that. I can just run an individual module for it. I can run a playbook locally. I can also tell it to run a job template on a AAP controller, or also a workflow, right, if I want to run a workflow out there. We think about the playbook and the module, though, as well. If you have like disconnected airtight environments that you don't want punching out centrally, you can literally have EDA run within that environment and completely self-manage a small disconnected environment on top of that. Back to this, though, right? As I said, we are going to basically stand this up on this webhook. Our condition is just event.something equals something, and we're going to figure out what it takes to take care of this. So I'll do this all from command line, not within the controller, right? So we can go through just the debug of this. But we're going to run Ansible rulebook, which is the binary for this. We give it the name of the rulebook, which is the one up on the screen here, which is webhook-example. Tell it to use my inventory. It's just localhost. And I'm also using the debug section here, which is the print events. Everything that comes into the stream, in this webhook, I want to see. Give me all the information for it. So that is fired up right now, okay? Let's bring this up. And I'm going to go ahead and bring over a terminal window for us. And I'm going to go ahead and run a curl command. Now, on my curl command here, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tell it an event, which is Ansible Automates. And I'm going to give it a venue up there as well, which is convene NYC, right? So key value pairs, comma separated between them. And I'm just pushing that data body out, right, to my local IP on port 5000. Now, when I run that, you can immediately see, right, where I actually had the print events. This is all kicked up, okay? So what we can see from this is that event came in, right? And underneath my event, right, there's this meta of the meta section that's come in. And there's also this payload section down here as well, right? And we can see on the payload that I have my event and I have my venue, right, of my key value pairs that got sent over in that section, right? So the print events will actually show you very quickly what it is that's coming in, so you can use that to write up your conditions. So to be able to run my playbook from this, okay, I'm going to go ahead and take my something out. And I want the condition to be that if the event, okay, which was the top section here coming in, okay, so we have my event, dot payload, right, which is the next section down there, and dot event, which is one of my key value pairs, equals Ansible Automates, then trigger off, right? And I got multiple conditions, and, ors, right, includes, as you'd expect during this. In this case, we're just going to say that, hey, if Ansible Automates is inside of the payload event, then I want to go ahead and run this saywhat.yaml file, okay? So I'm going to save my rulebook, go ahead and re-execute that, so it's fired up. And we're going to go back over here, and we're just going to go ahead and rerun that, right? Because we see Ansible Automates is set for the event, and it will run. And now that that condition was met, because it met it, it immediately ran this playbook, in this case, which is just doing the debug for our basic example right now, okay? And we can see we got a message back saying, thanks for attending Ansible Automates at convene in New York City. Now, what's interesting here is we start thinking along the lines of, well, when you're sending payloads of data across, there's a lot of stuff inside each one of those events it's a transactional event that's going on, right? There's variables we need to pull out, keywords. If I'm going to tell you to start a service, I don't know what a service is called. There could be 100 services on the box, and I'm not going to write one event for every single one. Okay, so we need to make everything reusable, because that's what we do with automation. So you'll see that my playbook here is basically saying that message, thanks for attending, and I'm using the variables from the event coming into EDA. Right? So if my payload event gets flagged here, and if I don't have the answer for it, again, just like traditional Ansible, I'm just doing the default answer of Ansible Automates. Okay? After that, I'm using that second key value pair, which is the name of the venue. So what that allows me to do, as that comes in, is anything that's inside this payload. So if I decided I was going to go and do this presentation in Dallas, right? When I run that, you'll see immediately my response has gone ahead and made the change there, okay? It's an easy way to use print events to detect your events coming in, depending where you pick that up from. Write your conditions from that, and note anything that is inside of that payload that you know will change, use the variables for it to your betterment, okay? So we're going to go and run through, because we do have a topic on networking for this talk, and we're going to go through a bit more of an in-depth one. And we go ahead and kick this off, and I'll talk us through this. Go ahead and just mute this. On. All right, so we have a more in-depth rulebook up here right now. We're going to go ahead and integrate from a networking perspective, talking out to a ChatOps tool and also ServiceNow, all bidirectional going through this. And we want to go ahead and check port states from Arista switches that's coming into here. Now, this data, because there's so much data, we're going to go to a Kafka stream, not a webhook. And you can see from here, we're also pointing to the topic, because I want to ensure that we're only going to pull from that specific area inside of Kafka. Now, you have multiple rules coming in inside your rulebook. So we've got a rule that if the port goes down, right, it's going to go ahead and trigger off a particular playbook for us, right? So our event condition is set there. Next one is go ahead, and if we see a BGP change effect, to go ahead and fire up a different playbook. And then finally, like once we've gone ahead and made our changes, so we get the done respond back, I actually want the status to go out into a ChatOps tool. We'll include this playbook talk to Mattermost, talking to the host, and we have the API key. And then again, use variables because the people in the chat tool need to be able to see what's coming in. Within Mattermost, it's simply a webhook that we set up. When we set the webhook up, it gave me the IP address, the API key, and also the URL that got pushed back into the rulebook. Now, Mattermost, I've set this up to go to a particular channel called Town Square. Right now, there's no data in there. As we run through, we'll see information being fed into here. So back onto our EDA Snow. This is our rulebook. We're going to go ahead and now go and tell it to fire itself up, just as I did earlier on my other example, by just telling the Ansible rulebook to start this up. And we'll also print events out there for our own benefit here and get that going. We're logged into Arista switch. We're going to do a quick check on this Arista switch first by just looking at the status. And we have two interfaces from our neighbors here. They're both established. Everything's up and running as expected. We're going to flick onto one of those Arista switches right now, and we're going to force the interface to go ahead and shut down. So interface ETH3, and we're going to put that into a shutdown mode. We'll go back to the first Arista. We're just going to refresh this to look at all, and you can now see we've got an idle no interface up on one of the Arista boxes. Now we're looking over where we are on the rulebook is now kicked off. It's told that playbook to fire off, and it's gone ahead and it's sent a notification out to Mattermost for us. Looking back into Mattermost, right, the team has now been alerted that there is a problem here with one of the network switches, and we're saying human intervention. Again, day one, we're not trying to fix everything. We want to have our steps coming in, and so we want them to know that there is a problem, right, within this this switch. And the recommended action, right, we're telling them is go ahead and do a backup the name of the device, and also if they do want a ServiceNow ticket, include the word snow inside the response from here, okay? We have options on what people can do with certain keywords. When we look at this, right, we can now see that coming back, that's a webhook back to us from chat. And again, we have our conditions inside of here that's going to say, if in the payload we see the word backup, in this case all, back everything up that we have. If I want to specify just one of the switches, right, I've got COS 2 or 3, and just tell it to force to go against that one particular switch and take a backup. We're also doing this thing called post events, which is like set facts, and we can basically push that on right to the next playbooks. And then finally, we want to log a ticket and upload all the configuration files into ServiceNow if it's marked as complete inside of there, okay? Now, we don't always want to have the ServiceNow run. As we said, you had to include Snow inside of your response back in the chat ops for that to come through. When we look at one of the backup playbooks, we can see we're taking a backup path and configuration, and then we set the fact down here where we'll call the backup done set to complete if what comes from EDA includes the trigger word of Snow. Okay? So as long as you add Snow into that, we'll detect this in our flow, set this up, so once we've completed all of our tasks, we will open up an incident for you. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to fire this off. So from chat, right, we're going to go ahead and tell it to do a backup of just COS 3. That's fired off. We'll go back just to take a look inside of the Ansible EDA here, and we can see that that immediately triggered off for us, right? We're getting the data come from your ChatOps tool, and all of the information from the channel name, right, the text that you sent me is inside of it, and we did a backup. However, creating the incident, right, did not take occurrence, like that actually got skipped out because we didn't include the word Snow. We go ahead and we rerun that, but just throw Snow in there. It just has to include it. You can put it anywhere in the chat. When we go back there to see it, go ahead and fire off again. We see all the information in here. However, what's going to happen now is it will create the incident. We've taken a backup. We've got the data from the switch. We're now going to go ahead and create a ServiceNow incident for us. Not only that, but remember, the people that are writing this don't necessarily access into EDA or the view I just showed you. So we want to grab the incident ticket and pass that back into ChatOps to whoever's looking at it. Right? We want full communication between all tools together when these events kick off. So we grab the incident number, and we passed it back to the team inside chat so they know it actually successfully worked. We come over to ServiceNow, because part of our flow is to create the incident. After just refreshing that, you'll see there's my new incident created as a critical status. Right? And it's gone ahead and it's filled this out. It's set it to the criticality, the priority we need inside of it. It will fill out the description as we need it to do, as well as any other information we need along there. So simply from having EDA watch, right, from this case the Kafka stream, because that's where my Arista switch information is going into, I can detect any changes you do and then decide what I want to happen. Do I want to auto restore back to before it went down? Or do I want to be able to pass this information on to somebody else? And that information could be in any kind of disposal you want. It could be an email out to somebody. You can use ChatOps as we showed here. Do we want to include instant tickets as well to furnish all this information out for you for where you need to get to the end of this? And with that, I want to open up to any questions that anybody has.
I think one of the really good use cases, if it wasn't obvious, using EDA allows you to prevent a lot of unnecessary automation as well. So, prevent a lot of things like false positives.
Yep.
So, for example, in a networking port flapping situation, every time a network port flaps, you might not want automation to run. And with EDA, you can create like custom rules that says something like, if the network flaps 5 times within 10 minutes, only then, run a Ansible playbook to open up a ServiceNow ticket or whatever.
Yeah, we're aware of that as well, because you could also be on the condition where you could have like a network port flap like once a week or once a month, right? But it's enough time distance between it that it just kind of gets resolved and no one's really noticing there's a pattern. If EDA is watching this, we can detect that these patterns are actually occurring and then let people know, this is actually like a routine issue that's constantly happening for you, and here's historical data for you on that.
questions?
Hi. Towards the beginning of the talk, you mentioned about Ansible was push-driven.
Yeah.
Right? And you mentioned that one of those push-drivens was an API call to call Playbook. So if you already have a system that's sending events to some platform that can make an API call, what's the effective difference between that and what's driven here? Because in addition, I was at the Red Hat event a month ago or so, and the guy was talking that this should not be a SIM. You don't want to send all events to EDA. And so in that case, like, what events would you send here, and what is the effective difference, or what's the advantage of using this versus the system you already have that can make an API call to call your playbook?
Yeah. So you're right, yeah. I mean, technically from the controller, you can just send an API and tell it just to fire something off, right? And in that case, you could have like your monitoring tool, if it detects host service stop, fire this playbook off. Where that gets a little bit confusing from an aspect of doing that is you don't have as great controls around the rules that you would have from just simply fire off this action from if this occurs, right? With a rulebook, you can put more stringent tests inside of it on when to actually make that action. Plus, what if I need to go against multiple sources to actually confirm that? Because if we are potentially in a change window right now, or if we know there's another component in the stack, by having the events go in, we can actually read all of that and make a decision off of it. So just hitting the API of a controller will get you so far, but EDA will get you into a more granular ability to approach what those events are actually doing for you. As far as like, should we send everything, send the entire kitchen sink at it? It depends on how much data we're sending over on there and what's within that data. Like, there's a lot of use cases to send an awful lot of data, especially now that we've got the streams that are coming in to EDA, because we don't have to have them go into all these multiple different decision environments. Just send it once into there, and we can basically start picking and choosing from that based on each decision environment. So there is a use case to send the data over. But if you want to start doing things like AI around that data streams, like when Big Panda was talking about it, right? Now there comes, maybe all data goes into AI, and then that gets filtered into EDA, right? So it kind of really depends on that use case that's coming in, on how much you would send just natively to EDA, I'd say.
I think we have one up here. Yep.
Down here as well. Oh, okay.
Too quick. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
One second. Let's make sure you get heard here.
Does EDA take care of end-to-end resolution? Like, just is it limited to creating tickets, or even the ticket can be resolved?
It's your control on what you wanted to do. People are using it for full self-healing, remediation.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I would say that when you start with EDA, it's crawl, walk, run.
Okay.
Customers that we went through this process where we saw huge gains is that when we looked at what was coming into their ITSM tool, right? Mm-hmm. Especially around incidents, the majority, the bulk load of that are the easy things. Okay. It's like a high value, right, amount of tickets coming in. And this is things like services stopped, right? Yeah. Stale mounts happening, log files, storage, etc. Take that and you turn that then into self-healing with a condition that if you can't fix it because we double check it, then create incident, throw data inside of it, you'll see those gains huge on your side. Other actions on this, as I kind of saying the other one, which is don't necessarily look at like overnight, we're just going to fix everything, right? Because it's a journey. With any form of automation, things are changing, things are evolving inside that we have to make modifications to. By gathering intelligence on what's happening on your events and actually passing that to the respective people, we can be much more aware of what's going on and then take that and then decide of this, which do we want to start with self-remediation, self-healing, and then start chipping away at that going in. And we have like use cases on customers that have gone down that path. We're huge success stories doing it.
Okay, thank you.
I think we had one more back there. Yep.
excuse me, 2 questions. If you have multiple rule books, do you need to create a master rule book to process all the events, or do you bind, more than one rule book to your EDA instance? And the second question is, how do you, in a public situation, how do you verify the webhook is legitimate? What kind of tests do you perform to make that happen?
So question 1 was if you have multiple rulebooks, an example of multiple rulebooks for that. Because, you can have multiple conditions inside of a rulebook. So what would your use case for the multiple rulebooks to have a parent in there be?
It might be if this switch goes down, do this. If this server goes down, do that. I'm doing my whole infrastructure in an event-driven architecture. How would you architect that?
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So, first off, you can use variables inside of the rulebook, right? So you could conditionalize it to a degree, but the reality behind that is I would have one for the potential infrastructure I'm looking at and target that, but then include, you'll basically have it run this playbook or run this job template that would then include all of the additionals on top of that. Now, if your rulebook's going to be a case of if infrastructure goes down, I could potentially have like a switch down as well, which is another thing I'm checking on. You can have the same data streams coming in, right, that we're actually aware of, and then use both of those rulebooks that are going against it. When you get to the EDA controller, which I didn't show in here, but the controller itself uses what we call a decision environment. It's just like an execution environment for the AAP controller running. So it's basically a container with all of the information inside of it, and you can have multiples of those all fired up, right, across your landscape that are all checking against it, right? And now with the data streams, with the event stream coming in, right, they're not all fighting over each other and having to have multiple different streams to each one coming in. So.
You could architect it depending on how you prefer, but the infrastructure, it handles it both ways. You could have multiple rulebooks or a single master rulebook to then process based on conditions.
Just note, if you make changes to a rulebook, right, you just do a restart of that environment. So again, do we have one with a risk of there'll just be like a blip when you go ahead and restart it, or do we want the multiples out there? And then you asked about governance on the webhook.
Yeah, how do you validate that a webhook came from, and this is in a public environment. If it's in a private cloud, you may have less concerns, but in a public cloud, how do you verify that the webhook is from a legitimate source? How would you do that?
It's mainly around security layers are coming into your environment to check against, right? The webhook is either from it talking to us, because we could be a webhook, as one example, or us reaching out to it to go ahead and do checks. That's not necessarily on the EDA controller's perspective, because we're just telling them where to fire off to on what channels. That's more on the routing going out of your network to ensure that we've got governance on that end.
Thank you all for being here. As Nick mentioned, my name is Devin Parrish. I'm a senior Ansible specialist solutions architect here at Red Hat. And I am the only thing in the way between all of us and happy hour. So happy hour up after this conversation. So what we're going to talk about here today is Ansible and Terraform, the peanut butter and jelly of enterprise IT automation. Now, a lot of the time, the slide doesn't move. There we go. Okay, so what are we going to talk about? Here today, we're going to talk about Ansible versus Terraform. This is a very common thing that comes up. It came up earlier today. Why should I use Ansible? Should I use Terraform? What's better? What's worse? You know, that conversation very frequently comes up. So what we're not going to do is compete them against each other. We're friends. Ansible is a great tool. Terraform is a great tool. But what we will do is define what they do, right? Because they overlap, but there are some differences between the two as well. So we'll go through that. We will then go through Ansible and Terraform together, right? Because they are better together. They integrate well with one another. And we'll go through a few examples of how that might look, right? What are some of the options that you have to integrate these tools? In Ansible, there is a certified collection and a validated collection that you can use if you wanted to write Ansible against Terraform, right, and actually automate Terraform with Ansible. So we'll talk about that. And then we will go through a demo, and that'll be a wrap. Now, before I go any further, just a quick show of hands. Who here is already using Terraform for automation? Okay, yeah, got some hands. Who here is using Ansible for infrastructure automation, provisioning VMs, networks, all of that? Who here is using both together? Okay, all right, so fewer than the other two. Good to know. So, Ansible versus Terraform coming up. Cool. What are the differences between the tools? Right, let's take a look at Ansible as an automation tool and language. The idea here is you can use a single language, the Ansible DSL, to perfectly describe your IT infrastructure and the life cycle of an application. Over on the Terraform side of things, this is an infrastructure as code tool that allows you to consistently and predictably provision and deprovision cloud resources. Now, when we're looking at kind of some of the capabilities between these tools, I'm hitting, oh. Sorry, laser pointer, apparently. All right, so on the Ansible side of things, right, we have a lot of capabilities over on the left-hand side on a lot of different targets, right? So we're talking about provisioning infrastructure like we talked about just a moment ago. We have orchestration of multiple workflows or multiple different tasks, right, that we need to roll out, as a single end-to-end automated process. We have our configuration management. We have our application deployment and configuration. We have security and compliance. We have networking. We have security, right? Being able to do all of those different things on different targets, whether they're Linux machines, they're Windows machines, they're network devices, they're the cloud, firewalls, containers, the list goes on, right? There's a lot you can automate simply with Ansible. The idea of Terraform is it is there to do your CRUD, create, read, update, delete kind of thing on infrastructure from a provider, right? So that might be AWS, it might be Azure, it might be Google Cloud, it might be OpenStack. Those are different options, right? But there you're describing kind of what you want via the Terraform configuration language or HashiCorp configuration language called HCL. And then you go and say, hey, apply this state. And then Terraform goes and applies that state and does whatever it needs to do to make that state real. It will provision resources, it will deprovision resources. If a resource has been provisioned and it needs to be changed, then that resource might get replaced, right? It might get ripped out and a new one comes in depending on what change has been made. Now, if we wanted to talk about integrating these tools, this is a very common thing that folks want to do because firstly, maybe you've already written Terraform. You like it, it's working well for you, and it does that provisioning and deprovisioning of resources very well. What it doesn't do well is day two, right? Post-provisioning. What do we want to go and do with that infrastructure? We want to go and install and deploy and configure applications. We want to go and perform patching. We want to go and manage the lifecycle of that entity, right? That's not where Terraform fits, and that's not its bread and butter. Ansible comes into the picture there. So what we can do is we can meld these two tools together and make a seamless, solution where we can automate from start to finish and finish wherever we need to go. So number one, and this scenario would be, all right, let's say you have two different teams, two different groups. One group is responsible for the Terraform side of things, and the other group is responsible for the day two, right? The deployment, configuration of applications, patching, et cetera, et cetera. So group number one that's responsible for the infrastructure provisioning side of things with Terraform, what they do, they go to their favorite text editor, and they start developing the HashiCorp model, or using that HashiCorp DSL or HCL to go and describe their infrastructure. So they go and start writing that, they go and put it into a Git repo, and now they want to go and apply that. What they do is they run a command line tool called Terraform Apply. What does Terraform Apply do? It goes and checks for something that's called a state file, right? So Terraform maintains its state, and it kind of keeps this state up to date based off of operations that are being performed with the resources that have been defined. So it goes and reads the current state, if there is a current state file, and then it goes and builds out a plan. Here's my deployment plan to go and build out all the infrastructure that's been described. And then behind the scenes, right, what's being done? Various API calls are being made to the actual infrastructure provider. Things get set up, things get configured. We have our infrastructure, and the current state of that infrastructure resides within a Terraform state file. All right, so now we have this Terraform state file that represents the current state of what exists infrastructure-wise. What we want to go and do is leverage Ansible to do our application deployment, configuration, patching down the line, et cetera. So now we have our Ansible automation engineer. They come in, and they want to go and get that state, right? They want to go and grab the state that is defined or stored within that Terraform state file. So they get a copy of that Terraform state file. We'll talk about how that might look. And what do we have in Ansible that allows us to go and define our endpoints that we're going to go and target for automation? An inventory. So we need to now go and do some mapping, right? Take this Terraform state file, go and translate it over into an Ansible inventory in some fashion, and then we can run a playbook against that inventory. All making sense so far? Great. Another option has a little more tighter integration between Terraform and the resources that it provisions, and Ansible, specifically Automation Controller. So the similar workflow, or the workflow starts similarly, right? We have our HCL, we do our Terraform apply, and then in our HCL, what we're going to go and take advantage of between Terraform and AAP are provisioning callbacks that exist within Automation Controller. Anyone use provisioning callbacks? Well, okay. So on a job template, I'll show you, you can enable something that's called a provisioning callback, which essentially generates a URL. And that URL will be queried, or an HTTP post, right, is actually going to go and run against that URL with like a secret key from the hosts that are provisioned via Terraform, right? So all those instances that were just provisioned, you pass in user data, and you go and say, curl this endpoint, here's the key. That points to this job template. That's your baseline kind of job template, right? Just to go and do your standard configuration post-deployment, generally speaking. And then that goes and submits a call, right, over to controller. Controller goes and gets it, sees who made the call, goes and validates the key is there, and goes and says, all right, let's go and run that particular job template against that particular host. Goes and runs through, and then you have your kind of your post-provisioning. One of the things that is required for this to happen is dynamic inventories, right? Inventories need to be updated because that host still needs to exist in an inventory if we're going to automate it with Ansible. Any questions there, or all good there? We'll save questions for the end. All right. Option number 3. Just let Ansible drive the entire process, right? So, like I mentioned earlier, there are collections for Terraform in the Ansible world. So we can leverage these collections to actually automate Terraform with Ansible. So what we would do, we develop a playbook. That playbook can leverage those collections. We then have a job run, right, that goes and applies our desired state on the Terraform side of things. We're using the cloud.terraform collection to go and do our Terraform apply. Terraform is going to handle our infrastructure updates. We're going to go and update and refresh our inventory so that we have those new VMs that we can target to go and run a post-provisioning job against that infrastructure. So when it comes to the content collections, there are two. One is certified, one is validated. Main difference between the two, certified and validated, just level of support. But here is the fully certified one. It's called cloud.terraform. In this particular collection, what you're going to find, a few modules, some inventory plugins, and a couple roles. The cloud.terraform module that we have here on the screen, or cloud.terraform.terraform, is essentially a wrapper around the Terraform command line. So doing your Terraform applies and plans and destroys, et cetera, that Terraform module that's listed at the top on the, under the module section is going to allow you to do that. Terraform allows you to go and generate output, so you can capture that output with the Terraform output module below that. And then there's a planned stash. So essentially this allows you, and I'll show you actually a picture of this and describe it there. For an inventory plugins, there are two. The Terraform state inventory plugin, relatively new, and it's quite robust in terms of getting a state file and generating an actual inventory from that state file. And then you have a couple of pre-built roles. For example, the Git plan role allows you to go and say, hey, I have a Git repository somewhere. In there I have a Terraform plan file. What I want Ansible to do, clone the repo, apply the plan. Right? So just go and automate that process for us. And then we have our validated content collection. So that's called Terraform_ops under the cloud namespace. This contains a few roles. Three that I'll call out are the AWS, GCS, and Azure backends. This all relates to and comes into the picture with Terraform states. And I'll talk more about that once we get to the demo. All right. In terms of enhancements to the integration between AAP and Terraform and AAP 2.5, we now have a built-in credential type for Terraform and a backend provider. So a backend provider in this example relates to the state file. So in Terraform, you have a Terraform backend which identifies where Terraform state is going to live. Right? That state file is very important. So you want to go and maintain that state. You need to store it somewhere. By default, Terraform uses a backend provider called local. So you run Terraform apply on a machine. That goes and creates a state file on the file system of that machine. If you lose that machine, you lose that disk, what have you, someone goes and accidentally deletes that thing, okay, you now have no state. You're kind of in trouble at that point. From there, what you'll find is instead of this local backend provider, you have like different storage systems that can be supported that Terraform can go and push the state file to. So this would be something like S3 or Google Cloud Storage or your Azure blob storage kind of idea. When you're running Terraform, like the Terraform module that comes from cloud.terraform, that's running in an execution environment. What happens when the execution environment is no longer running? Right? You spin up an EE for a job. You apply your Terraform. If it's using the local provider, so Terraform state just being stored within the EE, the EE is dead and it's gone, and you lose the state file once that thing finishes running. So what you would want to do is use a different backend provider so that the Terraform state gets pushed to an external system, something like S3. The Terraform-backed credential that we're showing here, these are a way for you to go and specify the various different properties that identify where state files live. Right? And so that's built into the platform now. And what you can do, for example, or one of the examples of what you can do with this particular type of credential is you can use it to provide a credential to an inventory source. So we talked about the Terraform state inventory source that exists in AAP 2.5. So here we have the ability to go and create a new inventory source, use the new source plugin, and then map the credential over to that particular inventory source type. And then we have that planned stash that I mentioned that I would talk about. The idea and the very common best practice when you're using Terraform to provision your infrastructure is to map out a plan before you apply the plan. Go and identify what changes would be made if a change is going to be made. So the idea there, create a plan, evaluate the plan. If it looks good, apply the plan. This plan stash would allow you to do that. So it goes and generates the plan. It stores that plan. Has anyone used like set stats in a Ansible playbook before for passing information between different nodes within a workflow? It's essentially doing that. So I'll have the output or the plan for what's going to happen generated in that first job template. And then I'll have a workflow approval to say, do we want to apply? Someone says yes, someone says no. If someone says yes, okay, the plan gets applied, changes are made on the infrastructure side of things. Okay, we good? Cool. Let's go to a demo. Pray for me. Okay, cool. So here we have for our first, let's go through those examples one by one, right? So the very first example, no direct integration. So we have Terraform doing its thing, and then someone goes over to Ansible, AAP, and they do their thing. All right. So over here, so we have AAP 2.5 up and running in this environment. And right, we have some templates that we'll see. But really, we'll come back to AAP after we do the Terraform stuff. So over here, I have some Terraform stuff. People can see this okay? Yeah? Okay. So one of the things that I'm going to do here is to implement that first example, leverage that new Terraform state inventory plugin. All right, so we're going to run some Terraform here. That's going to generate state. That state's going to get thrown into an S3 bucket. And then over in AAP, we'll go and look at an inventory and an inventory source, refresh it, and we should see what was provisioned by Terraform over here. So I'm doing my configuration for my backend right here, right? Identifying those different properties, use S3, use this bucket, yada, yada, yada. And then outside of that, there really isn't anything overly interesting or special. If you've seen Terraform or seen HCL before, this is all just kind of standard stuff. So why don't we run our Terraform apply? And there we can see Terraform is doing its thing. Now over here in AAP, let's first look at our credentials. So I have a credential created that has that type of Terraform backend configuration. And what you do in that config is you provide that backend config saying stuff like, hey, use this bucket, use this key, use this region, right? And those are all parameters. Now, you might also pass in your AWS like access key and secret key directly in the backend config. And that's why this thing is automatically encrypted, right? Just like every other type of sensitive or secret value for a credential in AAP. But you can always go and replace it if you need to. But that's what's being stored here in the backend config, all of those different properties, similar to what we saw in the HCL backend config in VS Code. Now from there, I have an inventory for my state file. Here I can see that I do not currently have any hosts that are coming in or that are a part of this inventory. And then I have a source over here. And what the source is doing is it is using that new Terraform state file inventory source plugin that's available. I can see I'm using that credential that I just showed you. And then here, similar to other dynamic inventories, right, it supports YAML configuration. So I'm going and saying various options like what I want my inventory host names to be generated from, and then I'm doing some composition of variables, setting things like my Ansible host and my Ansible user. Now over here, if I go back, I can see Terraform is done. It has provisioned what I needed, and it spits out this IP address for the instance that it went and provisioned for me. So essentially, right, what we've done is more or less like that top section of this diagram, right? Had some HCL, Terraform apply, state file. Now, from the Ansible side, what we want to go and do, get that state file, generate an inventory, and run a job template or job against that inventory. So let's go and update our inventory over here. Success. And there's our host. And what we should see if we drill in, like if we look based off the config of that inventory plugin, right, I can see those two variables being set, Ansible host, Ansible user. All right, so we have our inventory, and then from there, right, it's just like any other host in an inventory to Ansible. So we can come in, go and say, hey, let's run this against this inventory, and it's going to do what it was written to do. Good? Cool. I think it's cool. I don't know. All right. Next option, Terraform with a callback. So HCL with the user data that's doing our callback to a job template, which is going to do, submit that HTTP post, and then refresh inventory and a job run. Before I do that, because I'm almost at my limit for VPCs, I'm going to clean that up. All right. So for this, it's pretty similar. It's almost identical to what we just saw from the Terraform side of things. Major differences, I'm not doing any sort of back-end provider, so I'm not pushing the state file to S3. I'm storing it locally, just here on my machine. So how are we actually going to run automation against that? Well, we have pre-existing inventory plugins that could potentially be leveraged to solve what you need to solve, right? So my host over here is going to get provision over on AWS, and we already have an AWS inventory source, so we could pull in our inventory from there. So I'm just going to leverage that. Over here, under the compute side of things, right here is my EC2 instance. And what you'll see under user data, right, is this curl command that is submitting an HTTP post, passing in a config key that is configured when you enable callbacks on a job template. And then here's the URL to the job template that I would like to execute against each host that is being provisioned. Okay? So if we go, let me just go and do this. Oh, yeah. All right, so I'm just going to fire this off and show you. Since a lot of people aren't familiar with callbacks, for this to work, a few different things. Under the inventory, that's associated with the job template, your inventory source needs to have update on launch. So that when that callback comes in, right, that inventory can be refreshed with the new VM, and it shows up in the inventory, and then we can run automation against it. From there, here's our job template. And you'll see, if I just go into edit mode, under the options down at the bottom, you have provisioning callbacks as a checkbox. This is not a new 2.5 thing. You can do this today if you're not already doing it, like I mentioned earlier. And this is where it gives you the callback URL, as well as a place to put that config key. Now what we'll see, right, things are already happening. Right? We got to the point in Terraform applying the plan where the VMs were provisioned. The user data got passed in. That curl command was executed on each. There were 3 VMs provisioned in this particular scenario. Each 3 of the virtual machines, right, submitted that call. And there we can see that we have, the UI is lying to us, but we have different. There we go. Oh, the other one is from the previous one because I killed the instances before the playbook failed. But here we have a callback. This is running against one of my hosts. And then we'll see the other 2 would be running against the other 2 host provision. And this one will never finish because I killed the instance. All right, that makes sense? Cool. And finally, Ansible orchestrating Terraform. So just let Ansible do its thing, right? So Ansible is going to orchestrate the entire end-to-end provisioning, Terraform behind the scenes, and then go through the process of running whatever automation fits into that particular workflow. So for this, let's take a look over here. So this is my playbook. What I'm doing in this playbook is I'm using the Terraform module from cloud.terraform. I'm passing in some parameters, identifying the path to where my Terraform HCL lives, my Terraform files, my desired state. And what I'm doing here with the backend config file, we talked about that new credential type for backends. So if you define your backends in one of those credentials, you can actually pass those into your playbooks so that they have those pre-built kind of configuration for backends without having to actually embed that directly into your playbook. So it promotes some reusability, some cleaner coding that way. And then in this case, the Terraform side of thing, pretty much exactly what we saw without doing provisioning callbacks, right? It's just going and provisioning some compute, no callback being done there, and doing its thing from that way. So over there, what we can do is build out a workflow. So here, isn't this new workflow visualizer super nice? Yeah, right? Right, so here you can do all the automation to your heart's content, right? Depending on what you're doing. So in this case, right, I'm going to front end a change request being open over in ServiceNow, and then I'm going to go and apply or run essentially my Terraform apply, but using the Terraform module to do that. Should that Terraform apply fail, then I have some failure nodes to do some cleanup on the Terraform side of things, as well as to close that change request and mark it as a failure. If it runs on, or if it's successful in applying my desired state, I'll close that first change request, mark it as successful, open another change request saying I'm going to modify the OS. Then I'm going to go and run my baseline configuration, and then I'm going to go and close that change request based off of whether that baseline config was successful or unsuccessful. So if we launch that, then it's going to go out and start working through it. And so now, right, I can just do everything. With this approach, I only go to one tool, right? I don't have to run a command line and then maybe go to another tool to go and validate that things ran if we have that integration via callback. Or in the first example, I had to go back to Ansible after I ran my Terraform apply because nothing was being integrated or tied together there. So in this case, we can just let Ansible do its thing and build out our workflow and automate that entire process. This could also, be leveraged via, a CI/CD type system or your SCM system, would probably say, to go and kick off, something over on the Ansible side when someone goes and merges a PR or something like that. But yeah, any questions about any of that?
Hey, one question we have is we are currently using Terraform or Terraform Cloud or HCP Terraform where we don't have access to the state file as well, right? In your first workflow or the second workflow, how do you manage that integration between Ansible and Terraform?
You would want to go with the route of other inventory source plugins that tie to the infrastructure providers that Terraform is deploying to. Okay. So are you deploying, like, if you're using if you're already using Terraform Cloud to provision onto AWS or Azure or GCP, whatever, we have inventory plugins, right, that can talk to those and then generate inventory from that. So you can go without the state file. That's why I mentioned it, just in case you don't have access.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Terraform is going to deploy the environment, and you use the Azure RM or AWS dynamic inventory to pull up the latest and continue with the entire approach.
Bingo.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Before we continue with any more questions, I have a question if anyone can answer this, and it's for a hoodie and 2 socks or services and Ansible sock. Question is, in what public clouds do we have a managed AAP service? You're not allowed. Nick, sit down. Stop it. Can we get a mic? In Azure, anyone else?
I think it's the only one that is official.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. So,
Give
so
that
we
man
do
some socks.
we do have it in Azure right now. It's been running for a while, and we're going to have a GA release on AWS in mid-November, and additionally, right now you can actually do a proof of concept if you'd like on AWS running 2.5. So if you'd like, again, we're going to kick off. I know Nick's going to kick off the happy hour soon, but we're going to be around to mingle. And if any of you have questions regarding that, by all means. Thank you.
And you made it, everyone. Hey, congratulations to those of you who toughed it out to the very end. We have been here a long time today, folks, and you all did great. I mean, wow, what a day. I hope it was as educational for you as it was for me. I wanted to remind you that there's still another minute or so to download the handouts from Red Hat that accompany this. Just head over to that section and get those while I do the last duty of the afternoon, and that is giving away the $250 Amazon gift card. So the winner of this is a virtual drum roll in your head, please. Gil Baristano. I hope I said that right, from Pennsylvania. Congratulations to you, Gil. We are going to be in touch ASAP to get you your card. I'm going to make this wrap up really quick, folks, because you all have been sitting here a heck of a long time. I want to thank Red Hat for making this event possible. I want to thank all of you attendees for being here, for the tons of questions that you asked. You will be hearing on follow-up with those. And I am going to get out of here now, and I suggest you do the same. Go stretch your legs. Go have some fun. Don't go back to work if you can help it. If you can't help it, well, I guess you have to do that. And I'll see you in the next one. Have a great rest of your day, folks.